get into your physical. It's time to talk some piss and more. We gonna talk about it all. DVD, CD, UHD, VHS, corpse, Blu-ray. Who knows, maybe you'll even see a laser disc today. Let's get physical. We wanna talk some physical media. Movies and TV, music and more. Come check out what we have in store. This is a media house stream. It's time for some physical media on FanZcene.
I know it was like really popular because it like won some Oscars and whatever, but
Jimmy does that.
It's got the Mighty Ducks guy. Got that guy.
No! Yes, but no! He's not the Mighty Ducks guy! It's Emilio Estevez! Who's the brand? You can never have enough physical media.
Well, hello, fellow followers, and welcome back to the Physical Media show here on FanZcene. I was about to say the Physical Media FanZcene for some reason. Welcome back
FanZcene, brother.
to Physical FanZcene. Welcome back to the Physical Media show here on FanZcene. And with me tonight, we have two youngins and me and Tom. So,
Hi!
Hi, kids.
I like turtles.
don't we all?
But welcome to everybody out there watching at home, and let's say hi to the chat real quick. We have FKHC 2005. It says hail to you, glad to have you with us. And Ace Hanlon, howdy to you. What is up, Random Brad? Sending good vibes as always. And what's up, Style Selection says, yeah, my fellow Physical Media Gremlins, let's go. So that may come up tonight.
That may come up. I was gonna say that.
Yeah. A salute to you, Steven, Deleted Scenes. Glad to have you with us. Yes, like and share and subscribe. And as always, if you want to become a channel member, you get cool stuff. And then we have Tim Hayes. I almost called you Deleted Scenes. Sorry. Welcome, Tim Hayes. Glad to have you with us as well. And Otto Wax sending us some physical media there in the chat. I'm right here as always. Greg is never stuck in a Walmart or Best Buy car park like some other people. I wonder who that could be. What's up, Scott Hughes? Good evening to you as well. Let's see. Cowabunga Dude, as always. What's up? Hail, Bryant Barth. Glad to have you with us this evening. Corley and Rogue. Hello. And make sure I get everybody. Emilio Estevez. That's Joe Estevez's nephew. I love the fact that like the lower members of the family, like Joe Estevez and John Travolta's brother and Patrick Swayze's brother, all did like low budget straight to video B movies back in the day, trying to capitalize off the family name. that was so fun.
That's something,
Yeah. What's up, Tyrell72? Hell to you. Trevor Maurer, hi from Australia. Well, welcome from down under as well. Hi, Uncle Greg. Why you calling me Uncle Greg?
Hi, Uncle Greg.
Hi, Uncle Greggy.
Oh, but welcome, guys. How you guys doing this evening? Runner, Rook, Tom.
Doing great, man. Doing great. I'm back.
Rookie and I are back. I haven't seen Rook in a while.
You reverse what Tom just said and it says Paul is dead. So
Dead. Well, he's dead. You like is going to come back in style.
What's up, Godzilla? Glad to have you with us. But
if
yes,
you could have a visual of me, you just have like an air effect. No idea what he's no idea what he's referencing at all.
Believe it. I knew that was going to go over your head. I knew that was going to go over
Friday
your head.
once again.
He has no idea what the Paul is dead thing is. I knew that would go over his head.
I'm like, Bernard Hill died recently. I don't know what he's talking about.
You didn't also get the God, no, I just forgot the name of the show. Twin Peaks reference.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you can believe it.
Actually, Tyrell, I have not seen it in a very long time. I was hovering around that box set for a while, and then I think either they went out of stock or whatever, so I have to wait for it to come back in stock on sale again.
I've been wanting to get that Blu-ray box set too, and I also heard that
I
Criterion.
want the one that has the 4Ks in it because there's one that has.
Is there one with 4Ks?
I think all the new episodes from the new revival series are in 4K.
Okay, maybe that's the
but
big.
now I
Blu-ray
also
box
know
set
they're
they have.
supposed to be remastering the movie in 4K.
That's what I was gonna say. I heard Criterion was gonna put out A Fire Walk with Me on 4K.
Which I think that movie's in the set, but don't quote me on it because it's supposed to be like the most. There's a couple different sets, I think, but there's like the one that's like the complete set. That's the one I'm looking at where it's supposed to have everything.
Yeah, that's what I want to get. And speaking of which, I don't know. Have we been long enough? I think this is okay to use. This is for Runner.
It's such a sadness that you think you've seen a film on your fucking telephone. Get real.
Dude, I only use my. Dude, I only.
This is for you, Runner. Stop watching movies on your fucking phone.
Who was that?
Don't make me come over there and slap you, silly.
I want to see that whole interview. Who was that?
That's David
That's
Lynch.
David Lynch.
That was hilarious.
Can you
That-
believe it?
You don't know
if you
who
want to
David
pitch
Lynch
me
is?
on an interview, that's
David
a great
Lynch
clip
is
to
a
show.
fucking maniac of the most beautiful kind.
I love him.
Dude. Oh my god. Did you I saw this clip of him recently where like he's with a fan and he puts her panties in his mouth.
He
Like
does
it's David
Where
Lynch.
they belong, right?
It's
Yeah.
David Lynch.
God damn it.
What's up,
He's-
Sticks?
God, he's a fucking weirdo.
He's got something coming. He said on June 5th, you will see and hear something.
Yeah.
Can
Bring your
you
panties.
believe it?
Yes. I love David Lynch.
No, but okay, for context, I only used my phone once to watch a movie because I was sick as fuck. Okay? I've never done it since.
I can believe
I know I've
I can
sinned.
believe it,
I
yeah.
know I've sinned.
All right, well, let's get into
Yeah, let's
announcements.
get into what we got coming.
Friends 4K has been made official. Why? I do not know.
That is one
Um,
show, that does not need 4K.
It makes no fucking sense.
It makes no
There's
sense.
a ton of other shows that could be 4K before that.
Twin Peaks. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Cobra
And you also
Kai.
got a Jaws 3 movie collection that includes
Yep.
Jaws the Revenge and Jaws 3. And we also got the Steelbooks. Those are all up for pre-order at Groove and I believe other places. Drive, the
Ooh,
Ryan Gosling film
yes.
is getting
I've seen
re-released.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
seen
been
that.
released already, but
Well, the second site.
I think Sony's releasing it this time though, so I don't know if it's gonna
Yeah.
be a new scan or what.
That
But
that steelbook is fucking beautiful.
the big announcement, I think that everybody's been waiting for and expecting for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need a shitload of dimes because in November we're getting Blazing Saddles.
Yes.
Where the white women at?
Get a white women at. Yes, indeed.
Which-
And also, we're finally getting supposedly Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3. We'll see. We were
Yeah.
supposed to get Friday the 13th Part 2 back in last September.
Yeah, I did see that as part 2 and 3 on 4K.
And I think that's all the new stuff, if I'm not mistaken, unless there was
Yeah.
anything else I'm missing.
No, I think that's it. Which is funny, because you bring up the Friday the 13th 4K. Because that dude from Shout Factory who did that interview with that guy,
Mhm.
he said that the scan that they used for Friday the 13th, the first one, was not the scan Shout Factory did. It's when they did. That's why that part that the white where it fades to white is not present in the film.
It's missing in the beginning and the end, yeah.
Yes. So it is not the same. So I'm curious with part 2 and 3 if it's going to be their scans or the Shout Factory scans because they did not use the Shout Factory scans. And also fuck Shout Factory.
Oh, yeah,
So-
Amadeus as well on UHD.
Amadeus. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I thought you guys
I hope it
talking
has the director's cut as well. I don't
That'd
hate
be
the
nice.
director's cut. It is a little longer and meandering, but there's some bits in there that are kind of important for the movie that do need to be there. So
Yeah, because you brought on the Blu-ray that one time, and
Yeah.
as soon as you brought it on, you knew they'd be coming to 4K.
well, and I said that because I'm wondering because although I know people are some people prefer the theatrical cut. If you don't have that one scene in there, then it really leaves things kind of like, little in the like. It makes a lot more sense. Once you see the movie, it's,
yeah.
to do with his girlfriend and everything like that. So
Yeah. No, I'm not surprised they would be releasing a theatrical cut of Amadeus on 4K. It is a very popular, well-received movie from that time period.
like I said, I just hope it's both versions. That's all.
Yeah. So the director's cut is the other. I would be surprised if they, don't do something with that.
They should
yes.
just let him do an ultimate cut and take out all the other ancillary bullshit and just leave the one scene that is important in. It should have stayed in the first place, and then the rest of the stuff. Because people argue that the other stuff does ruin the pacing, and I kind of agree. But I like the movie just the same, so yeah.
Yeah. I guess Runner wants to show this.
Yeah, because Steven said in the chat if it's 4K, yes, this is a 4K steelbook.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
It's a
Oh,
Sony's version, though.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
And we're not sure if it's from a new scan or what, but I'm sure it'll be. They'll do their own color grading on it and stuff, though, possibly.
Yeah.
But Sony's been pretty fucking good with their 4K. So
we should have a fuck board for all the places we're supposed to say fuck you to, like Best Buy, Factory, whatever. I can't keep track of. Which
I've been calling Shit Factory. That's its new name.
Yeah.
And then you have Best Buy, which is just Best Buy. Nobody cares about Best Buy anymore.
Yeah,
like,
Best Buy's dead.
Well, no.
You know what's funny is I heard that they're like, how do you put this? I heard their profits are down. Gee, I wonder why.
They're set to close like 10 more stores this year.
You got rid of half the reason why people would go to a Best Buy.
Exactly. Like one of the main fucking... That's what I said. What did I fucking say, Greg? I'm like, you dumbasses. Nobody goes to a store every day of the week
to buy
once a month to buy a fucking TV, a stove, a computer, a laptop, or a cell phone.
I literally go to Best Buy like once every 4 years. I literally don't go there often.
Yeah. And you think, what the fuck do you think? They're like, and then they got all wrapped up into gaming. And I said they're going to fucking sign their own death warrants with this shit. You want to know why? Because they keep giving up more and more space of the movies and the music to the fucking games. And guess what the games are going to do to you? They're going to fuck you in the end, Best Buy. That's exactly what they've done to you. Guess what? 90% of people gaming get all their shit online. Why? Yep. Because it's more convenient, and fuck you, Best Buy. That's why. Exactly. Because gamers don't like to go to stores. That's why.
What else would they even say?
No,
Best
dude,
Buy, if not
the Best Buy
entertainment.
The Best Buy gaming section is so dry. It's not even.
Nobody gives a fuck. It is so bad that Walmart is getting rid of Xbox shit.
Yeah, yes. And that's even coming directly from Xbox, is what I read.
They're expanding their movie section, yet they're throwing out the Xbox. What the fuck does that tell you?
Xbox is moving. I think Xbox is moving to more digital stuff because people just get the.
They have been for years. Okay, so this is something YouTube younger guys might not be aware of. Yeah, because this was probably when you were a little younger, but Greg probably knows what I'm talking about. Bill Gates and the boys over at Xbox, their whole reason for getting behind HD DVD back in the day, you want to know why it was? It wasn't because they believed in HD DVD. It's because they wanted to start a fucking format war. That's why. Why do you know why? Because then people wouldn't buy into the next format, and then digital was right around the corner. There was always a ploy from day fucking one to get right where we're at right now, and it's Bill Gates' plan.
Well, Xbox seems to always, or I guess Microsoft seems to always be trying to control how you
exactly, my friend. And Hollywood loves the idea too, because then they can control what the fuck you buy and when you watch it.
But Best Buy wants to sell
because it's the old old studio format. If you go back to the 30s,
they never liked home video. They hated it from day one.
Exactly. And speaking of which, I have a really great video I did on that has been very well received. If nobody's seen it, go check it out, because I go over everything of why they've never wanted us and how they've essentially come back to almost the original studio format when they owned, which they don't care about theaters now because the streaming is the theaters now, because they own the theaters. They owned and they could tell the theaters what movies to play and how to play. And they had like a monopoly, and the government actually had to step in and separate them. And now it's all back.
I mean, movies practically built pay-per-view, right? Like, because it wasn't like there was a big sporting event every goddamn week.
Nope.
And that was a huge income for them too. Like, that's the thing. They're dumbasses. This is they're all doing it to themselves, and that's what this show's all about. So let's get on to the 4K physical media.
let's show off what we got tonight. And
Let's.
4K physical media.
I don't think
like
I think that's it for the announcements.
Yeah.
There was some minor Kino Lorber ones, but I don't recall what they weren't anything I ever heard of.
Speaking of which, real quick before you get into this, I did see the chart that Media Plays News puts out or whatever. 4K actually beat Blu-ray in sales this month.
Wow, that's a big plus.
Yeah, so they.
I think I noticed it was gaining ground on Blu-ray. Yeah.
Yeah. So, which is interesting. So we'll see how that plays out. But Runner, let's go ahead and start with you since you're back for the first time here.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll start with this. I watched this recently. Finally,
Debbie Does Dallas.
No, and it's an old ass DVD. I know.
I'd say
yes.
It's not the Blu-ray. I'm waiting for the 4K to come out of Criterion.
You might as well at this point, yeah.
So, but the reason why I got this is because like I just went shopping at some like mom pop stores. There you go.
Did you watch that?
He's got the DVD, I bet.
It just got delivered today, so I didn't.
That is the DVD.
How much did you pay for that DVD?
I think it was $20 or $30. I don't remember.
Jesus Christ! Why didn't you just buy the fucking Blu-ray?
Yeah,
man?
the Criterion Blu-ray is like $25.
What the hell?
I don't know. No, maybe it's less than that. I bought it with a bunch of movies. Let me double check here.
Okay, I was gonna say I hope you paid a lot less than that because I
bought like 30 movies, so I might be mixing some of the prices up. Anyway, continue, Runner.
This was like $10.
Yeah,
but this is like an old ass fucking DVD. This is the second Criterion release.
Here, let me hold you up here.
Oh wow, that's the old Criterion version. Holy shit!
Yep. Old ass.
So that's
DVD.
probably a rip of the Laserdisc then.
Probably. I could see why.
Because I got the old RoboCop, and that's what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. This movie is fucking fantastic. So good.
You got to expand on it.
I need to rewatch it though, because my thing with foreign films is like I have a fucking hard time like.
Have you seen Magnificent Seven yet? I can't remember.
Yes. Yes, I have. I know.
Okay,
I know.
So you have that for frame of reference. Okay.
No. Yes, I know. This was a form of storytelling that other movies and stuff have sort of like either ripped off or aspired to be and all that stuff, like Magnificent Seven, Battle Beyond the Stars, all that stuff. And yeah, it's a really good movie though. Like the cinematography is fucking incredible. Like it's so good.
Yeah.
But what is it? And was it at my buddy's dorm we watched Hidden Fortress? I saw that one, but I don't remember it because I was drinking. I was drinking that day. I don't
admit that live.
young man, you
I am legal. I am legally
barely
allowed to drink. No, not barely.
Dobofit wants to know, has Criterion done any Kurosawa on 4K UHD?
Dreams.
I don't think they have yet.
Dreams.
Dreams?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
That is the only 4K release they've done so far.
Yeah, no, I guess the copy I did get, it was like $32.
Huh.
The DVD you got?
Yeah, I assumed that the Criterion was gonna be like way more than that because that's like specialized. So I was like, oh, it's $30. Must be like $60 or $80. The Criterion.
Well, yeah, their DVDs are still pretty damn good. Stuff.
But I mean, I figure it's as long as it's fine, you know. Like it'll be my first time watching it. So.
But I only bought this DVD just so I can like possibly watch it like at my dorm room, but for some reason my earbuds had like fucking broken at one point and I couldn't watch the rest and I just kind of forgot about it until I went back, you know, I moved back home and moved back to my hometown and shit. Yeah, there it is. Was
there a favorite like visual sequence, if anything? If you
I don't know, man. There's a lot of dialogue. Well, I mean, dialogue wise, like I said earlier, I have a fucking.
Well, that's why I asked for visual specifically because you're at least watching the film. I assume.
No, but my
your hair's too long, so you can't see it. No, just kidding.
No, my brain. No, like I have a thing where like my brain fucking scrambles. It's like I either like have to fucking pay attention to the subtitles or like watch what is happening visually. It's hard to do both at the same time.
Is
That's
there
a
a word
personal
for that?
thing.
There's got to be a word for that.
There is a. I think there's a word.
ADHD.
That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is.
All right. Well,
but what is it? Like other than that, like it's really fucking cool movie. Rook, you should definitely watch it. I'm glad you got.
Yeah, I bought it, so I plan to watch it.
Yeah.
What year was
oh,
it
that's
released
right.
again?
Ron's on 4K.
yeah, but not from Criterion.
No, it's from Studio Canal. I have that. I have that.
Was Seven Samurai a 70s or prior to that movie? I don't know what year it was released. 50s.
Once you watch Seven Samurai, you'll realize that there's like 1,000 movies that copy that.
I mean, everybody has told me that. Anytime Seven Samurai is mentioned, it was the template for most movies that you watch that are cool or standoffs and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they fucking
boy.
credited Kurosawa in Magnificent Seven.
Well, yeah, Magnificent Seven is the remake, the American remake of it.
I know. I'm just saying, like that's how fucking influential that movie is.
It's one of the most influential movies of a kind. So,
but no, it's definitely a movie you should watch at least once if you want to get into film or are a film fan or any of that type of stuff. It's very, very good. I want a 4K because the quality is not the greatest, not the best. Like the Blu-ray probably looks a lot better. But I'm gonna wait for the 4K.
Yes, I am aware of the Hidden Fortress as well. So heavily inspired Star Wars. I am aware.
Yes, that is true.
Yes, I am very aware. All right. Well, there's a runner's first pick for you, Seven Samurai. So let's go to you, Rook. What do you got for your next pick? Unless you got anything else you want to say, Runner.
No, I don't have to say much about this. I mean, it's just a fantastic movie. It's a lot of great action. There's a lot of good characters and all that type of stuff. Like you're going on a really interesting journey trying to like recruit other folks and shit.
Okay, cool.
So it's just like Rebel Moon.
Oh, fuck that movie.
What, Runner? No, what?
You're Snyder boy. No, just messing.
Rebel Moon is basically Magnificent Seven meets Star Wars in space.
Oh god, that was so. Right. I was I didn't even see part 2. I was that disappointed.
So it's in double space.
Double.
All right,
space.
so I got a couple movies
double
that I watched here. I got a couple movies that we got here. So everybody knows on Twitter I posted I watched Gremlins 2, but I'm gonna save that for my last pick. So if y'all want to see what that is going to be about, y'all got to stick around and watch the whole show until we get to
He's a salesman. I'll give him that.
Helping you. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of movies. These will be my last movies.
I don't see no pizza. Wait,
I was going to say that.
Yeah,
I see a sippy cup, maybe.
It looks like a...
I don't got no sippy cup, but no, I bought a whole bunch of movies. This is my last run. I got Seven Samurai in there. I got like Tango and Cash, the Grease and Breakfast Club. I don't I have a feeling I won't like those.
I heard
either,
that's the word. That's the word. That's the word.
The word.
Have you heard?
Grease is the word.
Timothy, you boy. Anyway, my pick is Puss in Boots, The Last Wish.
Oh, it's a great movie.
I watched this on record. I've heard a lot of people say it's better than you'd think it would be, but I only watched it because Mahler recommended it. He said that is like really surprised him with the quality of that and how good it is. Because you look at Puss in Boots and Shrek, and I mean, he's a little kitty cat that gets he's like a little kitty cat assassin that gets hired to take out Shrek essentially, and then they just kind of become friends, and then I have to rewatch the rest of the Shrek films to see what the hell happens with him. And I think he had another movie or two or a TV show or something. I have no idea. I didn't see those, but just went right into this and surprised the hell out of me with its quality. It does a visual thing. The visual style in it is like probably a combination of a couple of visual things.
This is very well done.
It's comes out pretty good. The character is good. It's like takes itself seriously enough. There's a lot of joking around. He's the like undefeated assassin kind of guy. Everybody loves him, and he's like, you know, a thief as well and everything. Some people are after him. He takes out this big giant thing with this little splinter move, and then he's like, you know, at a bar having a drink. They do lots of like funny stuff where he's like he's a cat that's like a warrior, but then he's also like a kitty cat, like does cat things. He's got a hairball when he like drinks, you know, out of the thing, you know, little stuff like that. Fun little touches. He's got to take a brush with death though, who's like this wolf man who is death, and I like one of the lines in the thing where he's like, I'm not not metaphorically, not subconsciously, whatever. He lists all these things. He's like, I am death. And you've had 9 lives and you're on your last one. You've wasted them. They do funny stuff showing how he lost all his lives leading up to now. And now he's like feeling fear for the first time. He's like loses a little fight with this wolf guy. And he's like, just shits himself with this. And the whole movie, I'm not going to go into the whole movie because I recommend you watch it. I think it's on, I was going to recommend it streaming. Buy it if you want to watch it, I guess, because you'll never watch Netflix. You'll never watch Netflix. So buy the movie.
I watched it on Netflix just to see if it's as good as people said it was, and it's like it's probably one of the best animated movies.
Yeah,
it's really good.
I'll never watch it.
Yeah, FanZcene doesn't like to enjoy new things. I know. It's okay.
I've never actually seen the first one.
Well, it's funny. You don't need to watch those at all. Even if you never watch Shrek, you don't need to.
I don't like the first one.
Watch this.
I'm one of the few people I don't like the Shrek movies. I don't care for Puss in Boots. They don't interest me. I'm not a huge cartoon watcher to begin with.
This one's fucking good though. Like it's really fucking good.
It's different. It's a lot different than Shrek in general. Its style. It's very different. There's some similar-ish things as there's like references to other fairy tale things, but other than that, it is a very different tone. The stuff they do with the characters is unique, especially the dog Perito. He's like a dog trying to be a cat, and he's like a little goofball. He's sort of the comedic relief, but he's got like a very tragic story in it as well. That's like, wait, what the fuck? Like, why is it? And there's a couple of times where it's like, you sure they put this in the kids movie? You sure about that? Like, should you do that? I don't know if you saw it, Tom, but it's I recommend it too. Mala recommended it. I was like, okay. I mean, if you watch it,
even saw the first one.
I feel like you
don't need to see the first one.
Well, no, this has nothing to do with the first one. Like it's not like, oh, it's the continuation of that story. It is like, just ignore what those were. This is its own thing. I never saw those. I never even saw the other one. This is a very different tone, a very different story, and it's done really well.
I saw the first one when it came out, and the only thing I remember was Humpty Dumpty. That's fucking it. That's the only thing I remember about it. This new one's fucking great though. Yeah. It's like damn near like perfection in my opinion. Just compared to the other shit we got.
There's some things they could probably do that could be a little bit improved. Some people think it's bloated with the amount of antagonists going on at once, but I think it handles it okay, especially for the runtime that it's in. It's only like an hour and a half. Does really well. I don't know. It doesn't feel like the other Shrek movies, even though I think Shrek's still good in its own way with its humor and stuff. Because Shrek it pretty much exists out of spite of Disney, essentially. So Shrek, that's what's fun with Shrek. But this is again its own story that I think is worth it, and I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to try to convince you any further with it because I know you won't anyway. So that is all right. But I watched that, and I think it is great.
That's sad, but whatever.
No, seriously, don't just because I want, don't feel bad about that. Just...
No, I'm not. No, I'm just saying that's I don't want to go too much into spoilers with it.
You don't like Gremlins, so I don't know if I can trust your taste.
That's fine with me. Again,
most other.
I mean, that's a line drawer for me. You don't understand, like.
Listen, most other people.
That's a line.
Most other people like this movie. Like surprisingly,
I know people like this movie. I know I heard that, but
that was fine until Rookie said he liked it.
Sure. Oh, we'll judge that up when we get to the final pick. So
I'm just kidding, of course.
No, I know.
Still sus. Still sus.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm just not a big cartoon guy. I never liked the world of Shrek. I know people like this one.
I liked the first two, but after that they got kind of dumb.
I'm just I mean, it's not like
the first two are the best.
movies and stuff. It's not like I don't like some cartoon movies. It's just I'm not a big.
It's like because some cartoon movies aren't like a cartoon, like just because they
I
animated.
know.
There's like The Incredibles is a great example. Most people
I like
look at as like that's an animated thing, but it's really good. That's what a lot of stories are like that are animated. So.
Yeah, first Incredibles is great.
I liked the first Incredibles. I thought it was really good. The second one
was weak. It wasn't horrible, but it was weaker, much weaker.
No, it wasn't bad, but it was. Yeah, it
was like an unneeded. It was unneeded. Why'd you even bother? Kind of.
It was okay. No, that second Incredibles was like kind of the downfall of Pixar, to me anyway.
I feel like it maybe started sooner. I don't remember now. It's been a while, but anyway.
No, because Coco was the last great one. If you've seen that.
Nope.
But no, I get it. No, I've heard you. I think The Incredibles 2 is probably the last Pixar movie I ever saw. I've never watched Toy Story 3. I've never watched Toy Story 4. I don't care. And I probably never will.
Wait. You haven't seen Toy Story 3?
No.
Toy Story 3 is great.
Toy Story 3 is all right. It's kind of a pretty
ending
good
is great. There's moments in it that are fine, but
the only thing I didn't like about it is I feel like if you're gonna age up Andy like that, you should have just made him a father and had it about him giving his own kid the toys.
That's probably what they're gonna do now.
Better angle, yeah. They're saving that one in their pocket probably for Toy Story 7.
Listen, I'm a little biased because I saw that in the theater and I really liked the way it ended. I thought it was perfect the way it ended, and they should.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The ending is the best part of it. I'd say most of it is like okay, but its ending is the good part. But the rest is harder to sell on it.
No, my problem is the ending. I don't think he should have gave the toys away to a complete stranger.
Oh no, I'm referring to when they're gonna. I'm referring to the incineration.
I don't know. That was just like
that was the part that got me. I'm like, oh shit, we're actually going here.
I don't even remember the ending that he gives them away. I was referring to.
Yeah, it's just some random kid.
Toy moments. That's what I was referring to. Like with when they're all about to potentially die.
I just think it would have been more. It would have resonated more had it been his.
That's
own
okay.
Kids.
It may happen.
I don't know.
But all right, let's go ahead and let's go. But there you go, Rook. Like you guys said, if you guys want to watch Puss, whatever, you can watch it. Everybody has talked good about it, so there you have it. So
but like I think like, but my point is like if like cartoons like that aren't your favorites, like you don't need to be a Shrek fan at all. Like you can just watch it as a standalone.
No, I'm just not a big fan of. Honestly, I'm not really a big fan of CGI films like that. Period.
No, but it's really well done. I think anyway.
I maybe one day, maybe because
here's the thing. I was gonna say it is a perfect movie to watch with kids.
So but we'll see. But let's go on to Tom. What do you got, Tom, for us? What's your first pick of the night?
Well, I did watch a lot of stuff, but it was mostly on video on demand and stuff like that. So I mean,
pulling a rook in
I pulled a rookie.
Yeah.
I pulled a rookie runner.
What'd you watch on Netflix?
Yeah, what'd you watch?
I watched the Arnie documentary, which was okay. I watched the Sly documentary, which is much better. And then I watched Fall Guy and Beekeeper.
Oh, yeah, I saw those two.
Fall Guy wasn't as good as I was hoping it would be, but Beekeeper was a lot better than I thought it would be.
I really enjoyed the Fall Guy, and Beekeeper was good.
Yeah, my problem with Fall Guy is it kind of meanders till the third act, and there's like zero chemistry between Emily Blunt and
what?
Yeah, I felt zero fucking chemistry.
I disagree entirely. I thought their chemistry was great.
Not a bit. In fact, that's why it didn't really, because Aaron Taylor Johnson's character is an asshole, so I had nothing to really kind of invest myself in the movie outside of him. I know, but like that's a problem when you're spending most of your movie between a relationship where the chemistry is shit and the other relationship where you hate the individual. Now you take your pick which one that is, I guess, but
I mean, I'm just I'm a sucker for like movies about.
I didn't hate it.
Movies.
It just.
I get it, but I don't.
It wasn't as good as I hoped it was going to be. That's all.
I don't see the criticisms that you have with it.
But with that, what do you got, Tom? What's your first pick?
All right. Well, another thing on demand I watched was Let It Be.
Let It Be.
Yeah, because that has been remastered now by Peter Jackson and AI'd to fuck. Not just DNR'd, but AI'd to fuck.
That's sad.
Badly. Which, yeah, it's sad. It is. Get Back is really a better watch anyway. I mean, a lot of what's in this is covered there. This just feels like a advertisement for Get Back more than anything. But what I also watched was, because I got the documentary that came out a few years ago from Ron Howard called 8 Days a Week, the touring years about the Beatles.
8 days a week.
It's all right, but it's like a truncated version of everything we've seen in other Beatles documentaries before. So it's nice that some of this footage is finally seeing the light of day in HD, but there's nothing really new here. I think there's maybe one or two things that I didn't really know about already or haven't seen already, which if I've seen it already and stuff like that, that tells you, yeah, I mean, it's decent, but again, I think you're going to get more out of watching the Beatles anthology still, even at a lesser quality.
Yeah, and it's a shame. The Beatles anthology, that's not the Peter Jackson one, right? Or is that Peter Jackson?
That's the one that came out in 94 for ABC television, and the expanded version came out on video and then subsequently DVD. I mean, DVDs are all right. I mean, but I mean, they're
Beatles
older,
like
so
the Avengers of the 80s. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
They were the band that Paul McCartney had before he was in Wings.
Yeah, and speaking of which, go back to the joke.
Even these.
I got it. That's a Wings song.
I'm like, I think I've heard of Paul McCartney.
That's where go back to.
Is he the guy that did the song with Kanye? Yes, he's the guy who did the song with Kanye.
I think he's on SNL once.
Paul is dead.
What
times. The joke I said earlier? Paul is dead.
Paul is dead.
Went over his head.
Over his head.
You went over my head. No, I'm good. Yeah.
I'm gonna pretend Ace Hanlon didn't say that in the chat. I know they have their detractors, but it is what it is.
Oh God.
Hey, I get it.
Let it be.
No, this is neat for certain things, but again, I wish I could recommend it. Now, I don't know. It doesn't say on Amazon that this is the imported version, but it's the imported version, and it is locked for Region B.
Oh, is it?
So I don't even know if it got released in the US or not, because I think it was a Hulu exclusive documentary, if I remember right. So I don't know if it's ever been released on regular Region 1 Blu-ray or not.
Oh, that's interesting. I've noticed Amazon's done that lately, though, with some titles. You can, if you don't know the sticker at the bottom, that's that's a different region than the US. They're still selling it, and they don't tell you sometimes.
Well, and that's why I was wondering if Rook had accidentally bought, like, because he said his RoboCop disc didn't work, so I wondered, like, oh, I've noticed the RoboCop. Well, he shoots people in the dick a lot.
I know.
So you automatically go to that. RoboCop shoots in the dick.
Yep.
Go for the dick first. Anyway,
100% effective.
Yeah, I thought maybe like you imported a Region 2 one or something on accident.
No, my sister got it for me at Christmas.
You said you got it from Walmart or whatever. So
I assume. Well, my sister's not like a huge shopper. I imagine she'll grab a movie like wherever she would go normally. So I assume like Walmart or Target. So I don't imagine she'd go out of her way to get a movie.
Right.
So yeah.
Is there a U.S. release, Ron? Well, they sent me the Region B one, so I should complain and be an asshole.
Yeah. Well, Amazon has really lost that. We may be saying F Amazon sometime.
We need to get our F board. We need to get an F board up.
Between that crap, sellers, and fucking they're taking forever, even though I pay for 2 days shipping. It seems like I don't get a movie until Wednesday or Thursday of the week it comes out anymore. If I'm lucky, Friday sometimes. It's bullshit.
I tell you right now, I'm pissed at my post office. I'm so pissed at my post office.
What?
I pre-ordered a movie from TerraVision, and it was due here Tuesday. Still don't fucking got it.
Really?
It was. I got a thing on my phone that said, "Bing says your package has been delivered." Walk up to the mailbox, not in my mailbox. No pink slip. I call the post office. They say, "Oh yeah, it looks like here after he drove away about an hour later, he marked it as undeliverable." I said, "Well, they could have fucking told me they marked it as undeliverable or put a pink slip in my mailbox because I was expecting that."
How's something undeliverable?
They don't
too
drive
big
down
for
my
the
lane.
box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
big for
The
the
size
box.
of a house.
And I've told a story before. I don't remember if it was on or off camera, but
Yeah.
I went through this whole ordeal once already with the fucking post office. Like
Right.
now, their regulation is they're not supposed to get out of the car, and it is such bunk ass bullshit.
But there's a lot of there's like a lot of mailboxes that are up to the house that are not at like the driveway.
Tough shit.
I live back a really long lane.
It depends on
said,
They
area.
make you. They make you move it to where they can get. It doesn't matter. And honestly, if I were you, Greg, what I would do is buy the biggest goddamn mailbox you can.
Yeah, I know.
That way, there's no fucking excuse anymore. I had ran into that too once a long time ago.
Who installed
and
the
actually
shed in their front
control
yard?
my
Oh, that's
mailbox.
the mailbox.
All right. And so, but I called him and told him, the guy's like, "Okay, I'm going to write this down and we're going to make sure you get your package tomorrow." I said, "Okay, thanks."
My post office is nice enough here now that they actually bring my bigger packages down to my doorstep.
I wish they would bring them down. Go to the mailbox today because I saw the mailman drive by. Nothing in my fucking mailbox. No pink slip again. I called him again, and he's like, well, I should have been delivered. I don't know." So I went up to the post office. I asked the guy to get the package. The guy went to the back of the post office, walked around for like 10 minutes, come back and said, "It's not back here. They must still have it out in the truck."
Oh, for God's sake.
That's what I said. I'm about sick of this shit. And they piss me off because they're fucking liars. I know the problem is they don't know which house to deliver the package to, because where I live, like I said, I live back this really long lane, and my house has a different address than everybody around us. We are the only people with the road address we have. And I know they don't know which house it is. So they're too fucking stupid to figure out which house it is.
I can attest
to that. The numbers
are
written on the house.
I can attest to that because I sent you something and you said you never
Do you
got
own it
either.
Not that this is any personal. If you own it, you don't have to say this out loud, but if you own it, like go out on the goddamn mailbox and literally like write your name and big numbers. Make sure they know.
Have a picture,
they're fucking retarded.
Put a picture of yourself in your channel. No.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just got back. What is going on?
We're not going through it all again. Sorry, Runner. You're just gonna have to watch it later.
What
I would do otherwise then is complain to whoever it is you ordered it from. I can't remember who you said now. Complain to them, and sometimes they can get something done. Because I'll run into that sometimes. What'll happen is too. It's not that, but it will be especially Amazon. This is what pisses me off about Amazon. Because what they'll do is they like to hand it off. So they'll say it's going to be delivered a certain day, and then they'll hand it off to the post office, and they'll bring it in so late that it don't come till the next day. So I'll be sitting there expecting it to show up that day, and then I'll get the alert that it was handed off to a local carrier. So that means it was given to my post office, which means I'm not going to get it until the next post day.
Oh man,
lame.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are just dealing with like mailman
bullshit with the post office, and he's got an issue right now where they're just being morons.
I get the point.
Oh, I know very well what the problem is with the post offices, because we have a lane beside us. I've seen them drive back that fucking lane and deliver a package. There's a guy who lives across way up over here with a real long lane. I've seen him drive back there and deliver package. They won't drive back here because I know they're dumb as shit. They don't know which house it is, even with the numbers written on the house.
They're probably lazy.
Yeah, and
it's like just have one of your neighbors be the place. Say, hey, I'm gonna have my mail get sent to one of you guys. So they seem to send it to you guys properly.
My brother lives right next door. My brother lives right next door. Him and his wife.
So you still get it either way, right? If they delivered it to the wrong place.
Yeah, I would
maybe if you put somebody else's number down, they'll accidentally deliver it to yours. I don't fucking know, and do it to yours.
Oh man, another problem I used to have was there was a number that was the same number house as mine, the street up from mine in this house I used to live. So we both get each other's mail all the fucking time. So it almost became this common thing where we'd have to exchange mail and shit. Yeah, I swear you must not have to pass a very high IQ test to be a postal worker.
Yeah, I know.
No offense to any possible postal workers in the chat.
They should rehire chimpanzees. They probably did pretty well back in the
Pigeons
day.
Would probably do better.
Less issues. Oh yeah, probably a higher success rate, I would imagine.
the thing of the matter is,
Not kidding.
where I live, even if they delivered it to the wrong house, I would get it because there's literally 3 houses. My house,
it's like
my
if
brother's
there's numbers on your
and
house,
the neighbor that lives up the road.
If your address is on your house, how do they deliver it incorrectly if your numbers are on your house? Like that's
Well, and I love
dumb.
trying to report shit like that to Amazon because it's a pain in the ass. And then like wait a few days. Well, it says delivered. Well, sometimes it says it because of the shit I said. But like I love when they actually do have them send the picture, and you know it's not your fucking house.
No, that happened to me.
You're trying to tell that to them on the
me.
fucking phone, and they're like, "Are you sure?"
They're like,
and
"There's a picture."
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, they did. I've ordered a box. It was for some family was coming over, and they like a bunch of kids. So I bought like these little bags of Funyuns, and there's a huge box of them. And and they're like, "Oh, it's delivered." And there's a picture of somebody else's house. I was like, "That ain't my house." They're like, "No, there's a picture. It's delivered." I'm like, "No, like that's somebody else's house." And then, and then I think they no. What's funny to top it off, they came. I guess the guy came back. And the guy delivered it to my house, and he put this giant box under my rug, or I guess he put my rug, the floor mat or whatever on top of the thing, as if it's gonna hide the box. And I was just like, all right, now I gotta
give an E for effort
now there's
on
all
that
this
one.
crap on it. It's like, oh, it was funny though. I'll admit. I was like,
E for effort, but what good's it gonna do? If anything, it's gonna cause more of a fucking notice.
I was just like annoyed. And people are like, why is there a rug on a box on their doorstep?
Well, I was thinking about when I first moved here because I had a problem all the time down at my old place of I had a package get taken right off my fucking porch, and I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, what the hell can I do? Because I'm here all the time and I can't believe that somebody got away with it. So the postal guy said, well, if you own the place, put a bigger post office there. Well, I couldn't at that point. I'm like, fuck that. So I planned on moving. Well, when I got to this place, I asked the landlord if I could, and he's like, well, it's a pretty big mailbox. If you think you need to, they'll go for it. So I did actually buy one, but then I noticed that the guys who work for me and the one chick, they bring it down unless I meet them up there anyway, because I can hear them and see them from my road.
Yeah.
The best part is, oh my God, that is bullshit.
They literally just put it on the step. I was like, there's people going to snatch it off the street.
No
like,
shit.
I was like, walk a few more steps.
And that was the problem I had at the old place. It was even closer to the sidewalk than your place is there, right? Like it was like literally like almost arm's reach off the sidewalk. Somebody walking down the street could literally just dip down, pick up the package, keep walking. Nobody really noticed.
I'm surprised they didn't just throw it out from their truck. Just throw it. At least
here, like I have like this embankment, and when they bring it down, like you can't really see anything unless you're really paying attention.
Yeah.
So at least here, I was like, I just took the mailbox back because I figured I didn't need it. They know me here and whatnot like that. And I'd only have one neighbor on one side, and the other neighbors seem to be pretty vigilant. So I'm sure if somebody was taking shit off my porch, they'd tell me.
Yeah.
It's like fucking Rook has to be Mario and hop on the fucking tiles to get to the package.
Well, it's like all they do is take a few more steps to the porch and at least have it up by the house or something. Like
you know what pisses me off more than that is when they clearly just tossed it. Like the UPS and the FedEx guys love to do that. I got this one guy. I've watched him do it because he's scared shitless of my dog. It's like she's in the fucking house. She's not gonna get you, man.
Scary dog.
He is so scared to come down by the house. I've watched him literally toss the package from up at the fucking sidewalk.
Go get me.
So now whenever I see him pulling up, I get out to go meet him because otherwise I know he's gonna throw my shit and probably my fucking discs will be rattling around or he'll dent my fucking steelbook.
Oh, it still pissed me off when the Amazon guy delivered my Footloose and there was nothing in it. It was just an empty envelope. He literally set it on the porch, took a picture, and left. It's like you didn't know was empty and open, right? Right.
I remember you.
Some bullshit.
Like, what the fuck?
I had to call them.
Oh man,
I had that one time that happened, and I almost believe that it probably fell out at some point and just in shipping. It was like a minor hole. It didn't look like actually anybody ripped into it.
Mm-hmm.
But I called him and told him the same goddamn thing. It's like, come on, guys.
Postal shit is funny, man. They'll send packages sometimes. Like you order a small thing, they got this giant box for like a thing that's like
I know
100 times smaller than it. It's like,
and then they'll turn around and ship something that barely fits in a package, and that's where you get the broken, dented fucking steel books and shit.
It's so weird. It's so bizarre. So bizarre.
But anyway, that's all I got to say about Beatles. It was a good documentary. Unfortunately, I was kind of disappointed there wasn't something new to it. The only upside really is that I guess the HD footage of stuff, that some of it's up converted too. That's the other thing. So not all of it's HD. So it's a kind of a mixture of a lot of different forms. And some of the stuff you're like, okay, why didn't they go get the original 16 millimeter or 35 millimeter?
Yeah, why didn't you do it? Yeah.
A scan of that, but it's in standard def, but then you get like really good looking footage from like the Hollywood Bowl and all that kind of stuff. And that was cool because they did actually have footage of young Sigourney Weaver in the crowd.
Oh yeah, I saw that. You were the one that tweeted it out there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess somebody informed me that her dad actually worked for NBC Television at the time, so that's probably how she got the tickets.
Yes, probably. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Well, at least you got something like
and
that.
They have her in the they actually interview her in the thing too. I mean, I guess that's the cool part, but again, I don't mind that, but then it's like it almost is like one step away from those VH1 shows when all you've got is a bunch of modern people talking about their experiences and stuff. Like it's Whoopi Goldberg and Sigourney Weaver and God, I'm trying to remember who else.
I don't want to hear.
There's a couple different
talking about the Beatles.
Some of it's all right, but it's like an anecdote here or there. Okay, cool, but otherwise, I don't want to hear about them. I want to hear the Beatles. And I think they got Paul and Ringo for new interviews, and they use the rest as archival. And I think they got Neil Espinal in there or something like that. A couple of people that are close to the Beatles, but other than that, it's just a bunch of movie stars and stuff. And I'm just like, okay. And the Sigourney Weaver bit was kind of cool though. But yeah, the Whoopi Goldberg thing. It's like I've heard this same story from her all the time, and it's kind of funny that she can tell these fucking stories and still act as woke as she is.
Yeah,
it's like she of all people should know the boundaries were crossed way back in the 60s and 70s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, that's going to spin off into my next pick, so I think I'll leave it there.
Okay. Well, for my first pick here, it's another martial arts film that needs a Blu-ray, but it's Surf Ninjas.
Whoa!
I don't even watch that.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
I swear that movie only exists because of the Ninja Turtle craze.
Oh, guaranteed. I mean, Ernie Reyes Jr.
I thought it was because of the Three Ninjas.
From Ninja.
Sort of. I mean, well, Three Ninjas only exist because of Ninja Turtles and Karate Kid. I mean,
yeah. I just had hankering to watch that. I haven't seen that movie in years. It's still fun.
I don't think I've seen it since I was a kid, man.
Same here. I think maybe
I wasn't born.
I've seen the trailer a billion times because the trailer was on the Secret of the Use video. But
right, yeah. But yeah, no, I don't think I've seen that since the VHS days. To be honest with you, when I was a kid personally.
I never had the DVD, so it had to be that long for me too.
Yeah. So I actually just ordered the DVD. I just got it. So I didn't even know it was actually on DVD until then, because I got it. I was like, oh, hey, I haven't seen this shit in years. I might as well get it. It's super cheap.
The one with Hulk Hogan in it, or is that a different one?
That's Three Ninjas Mountain High something.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. No, Surf Ninjas is completely different. I still can't believe we thought Rob Schneider was a teenager in that movie.
I don't remember thinking he was a teenager.
You know what I was getting at? He's just a teenager, he's Rob Schneider.
I knew him well enough from Saturday Night Live at that point. I think I probably even said was like, yeah, it's no way I'm buying.
Rob Schneider is a teenager.
He's like 30 years old, and like they're all like 17.
Rob Schneider is a teenage ninja.
He's gonna surf and whoop some butt.
No, but it is a really fun movie. I've not seen it in years. It's got that, like I just did a video on like New Line Cinema, the genre films they did, like the horror and sci-fi. I didn't bring this up.
I saw that, but I didn't get a chance to check it out yet.
I watched that video and you left out a few other movies.
I knew it left out. The thing is, it's New Line
Rush Hour, Friday.
Did you watch the interview with Robert Shea before you did it, or
no? I did not, which I should have.
I did see that interview.
But you're missing the point. The video was I was focusing on their horror and sci-fi, not I even mentioned, I say that they did the Surf Ninjas, the House Party movies and stuff. I mentioned that in a video, but I was focusing on some of my favorite
but you mentioned those movies.
films.
I thought you were gonna say like Rush Hour and Friday because those are
Blade.
Yeah, Blade, I did forget Blade. Somebody did point out Blade, which I did. That is on me because I do have the Blades, and I should have brought that up, and I did forget Blade. I know
you're not.
So that
I know you're not a big fan of this movie, but fucking Boogie Nights. That was another one I'd reference.
Yeah, I know, but like I said, I was focusing on different. Like I focused on Critters.
No,
I focused on
focusing
Elm Street and stuff like that. I was and Lord of the Rings and Ninja Turtles. I tried to focus on stuff like that.
No,
it's not very comprehensive. But I just was having fun with it, really.
No, that's cool. It's great that you brought those up because those are like the bigger movies that they had made. But it's like if you want to go in between, the Nightmare on Elm Street.
I may do another second video and talk.
You forgot the most seminal movie in New Line Cinema's history, though.
What's that?
Frequency.
Oh, Frequency.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I know. I know what you're referring to, Tom.
Because of that goddamn movie, I tell you. I love that movie, though. It's sad.
It is a fun movie. It's
a good movie, but what it brought us was Toby goddamn Emmerich.
Yeah.
Fucker stole his story. Stole it. Still got away. They're like, here, be the president of the company.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, Warner Brothers of all things.
Motherfucker knows how to get ideas. He steals them. Yep. He's corporate material.
Give it to him. Give him the big job. But the Surf Ninjas I had not seen in years. I had a blast rewatching it. It was fun. I laughed. I cringed a little bit because some of the jokes, but it was just like it was full on 90s, and it has that new, like I said, there's a feel to New Line Cinema movies, especially in the like 80s and early 90s. There's a certain feel to them, and that like they really do feel like a cinematic world. Like you could watch Surf Ninjas and believe that the Ninja Turtles could go into the Surf Ninjas world, or that the Ninja Turtles could go to the Nightmare on Elm Street world.
Well, I think a lot of it was because Bob built up like a family of artists. So they always worked with a lot of the same people. Like they always made sure they kept the same type of people, and
didn't they film on a lot of similar sets or use a lot of props and costume from?
I don't know about that part, but what I mean is that's probably why they have like a similar feel. Is they're using a lot of the same crews.
But
yeah.
I wish Robert Shea would have. I mean,
he was a little too old and he got pushed out. That's part of what happened. After Lord of the Rings was successful, they had to find a way to get rid of him.
Yeah, and Warner Brothers essentially gobbled them up, and it's just name only now. But no,
that's sad.
If you guys want it,
Mortal Kombat.
Oh yeah, well,
that's also New Line.
See, that's the thing. When I was creating you're doing this. This is what I wanted done in the comments section. All right.
You forgot about this one and that one.
I'd rather say it on the stream since.
Well, I get you, Runner. That's what No, I was just focusing on some of my favorite movies. But like I could go through them, like the Book of Love. The Book of Love desperately needs a Blu-ray, and the DVD is out of print. And I was going to buy that because I had not seen that movie in freaking years. And I doubt you guys know what Book of Love is other than Tom. That DVD's out of print. I was wanting to get that. It's gone. And then there's this one movie, and I'm ashamed to say that I have never seen it, but Tom, I'm sure you know what movie it is. It's the commercial. I believe it plays before Ninja Turtles as well, part 2, with the family, with the multiple family, where the girl runs away, and she has like her mom is remarried and her dad's remarried, and she's got like 5 stepmoms, whatever. And I can't remember. It's just like this trailer. If you've seen it, it's like the special New Line Cinema trailer that you've seen a million times. I've never seen that movie.
I know what it is. I have it on digital. I believe it finally settled on the name Big Girls Don't Cry.
Yeah, it was called something different before. Yeah,
but originally it was called Step Kids.
Yes, it was called Step Kids. Yes,
and the movie is actually pretty good. It's not too bad. It's Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead kind of vibe meets a John Hughes kind of movie.
Yeah.
It's about like this coming of age story about this girl who's like the middle child in this Brady Bunch family. And yeah, it's just about her journey, and it's a cute, fun movie.
Yeah, I'm ashamed I've never seen it because I've seen that commercial like you the Surf Ninja. I've seen that commercial so many times before the Ninja Turtles movie, and it's like I have never seen that movie, and it's clear you can tell by just looking at it. It's a New Line Cinema movie, but yeah, that's one I need to see, and I really, really want to see A Book of Love. Book of Love. Actually, I believe The Book of Love is actually directed by Robert Shea, if I remember correctly.
Really?
Yeah, it stars Keith Coogan from Honey. I almost said Honey I Shrunk the Kids. Now from my babysitter, Adventures in Babysitting, and Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. Yeah,
Boba Fett is right. The main star is the sister from Home Alone.
Yeah, and Big Girls Don't Cry. Yes. But no, yeah, the cat's back. Yeah, if you've not seen Surf Ninjas in years and you want to see Surf Ninjas again, I don't know if it'll ever get a Blu-ray with the new regime at Warner Brothers. It's really super cheap on DVD. I wanted to watch it, so I bought it, and I'm so glad I did. Because bless you, because it was super fun to watch. Ernie Reyes Jr. is hilarious. I love him and his dad in the movie, who plays their uncle. For those who don't know, like Rocky, anybody want to know what the story is? Essentially, it's these two kids, Ernie Reyes Jr.'s, who you may remember from Ninja Turtles, who played Kino in The Secret of the Ooze. He's also, I believe, was one of the turtles in the first movie.
Donatello.
Yeah, Donatello.
The action sequences.
Yeah. Him and his little brother live in California. They're surfers. All they want to do is surf, and they have, they've been adopted. And then this guy shows up with an eye patch and basically tells them they are the princes of a small Pakistan island, and it's time for their destiny to be fulfilled and take control of the island because it's been taken. It's been taken over by Leslie Nielsen, who is half robot. Because he was crushed by
you shall be given the golden surfboard, boys. You will fight.
So. And that's the ultimate play is in like they make their way back. It's speaking of sort of Seven Samurai-ish, because once they get to the island, they get together a bunch of people and they go over and storm the castle and save the day. But yeah, it's funny. And Rob Schneider as a teenager is hilarious because they try their best to make him look so young. He's just got short hair that they dyed really bad red, and he's funny.
The star of the movie.
No, he's not the star. He's their friend, and he thinks he's the real. He thinks he's the real king, which is pretty funny. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I was gonna say it's pretty funny because they look at him and say, "You're not Asian, right?" And that's technically Rob Schneider is sort of half Asian, I believe.
Rob Schneider is Asian,
so he really is half Asian.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but it's a fun movie. If you've not seen it, it's fun. Leslie Nielsen is pretty cool as a bad guy. He's not in it as much. They need a little more Leslie Nielsen in that movie. But yeah, it's pretty funny. It's a pretty fun movie. I haven't seen it, so I recommend it. I do. I wish we had a Blu-ray of it. So one day. But Rook, I think it'd definitely be up your alley since you like the Three Ninjas.
I feel like I've seen some of this. I don't think I watched it all the way through, but I'll definitely give it a shot again one of these days. Sometimes I feel like I'm in that zone for that type of movie.
And this is Surf Ninjas, right?
Yeah, Surf Ninjas.
Yeah, I've been wanting to watch that for a while because I've heard of it. I've heard it's fun.
It's
fun times.
It's fun, cheesy 90s.
Does it have a Blu-ray or is it only DVD?
There is no Blu-ray. It's only DVD.
Shit.
Yeah. That's why, like I said, I had not seen it since I was like Tom said. I had not seen it since I was a kid. I used to rent it all the time from the video store, and I didn't even realize it had a DVD till recently. And I was like, I'm gonna buy that and watch that.
I'm curious if I hate to say it, but I can't. I'm curious if Fuck Shout Factory is gonna release it. No, because they released Little Nicky. That was a new line.
Release My Demon Lover too, so it just depends.
Yeah, no, because they released Little Nicky, and I think people were saying like, yeah, that's like never gotten a Blu-ray.
They just did Dr. Moreau, but that already had a director's cut.
Yeah, the fucking Brando Val Kilmer movie, right? Yeah,
it wouldn't put it past them. The Surf Ninjas does seem like something that they would do. It does.
Yeah.
So
well. And they said that they did a new scan of the director's cut, interpositive for Dr. Moreau. That's the movie I was thinking about bringing on just to bitch about because I didn't watch it. But I have the theatrical cut on there for the first time on HD. And I'm assuming it's probably a scan that was for like cable. And their scan of the director's cut don't look no damn different. And it doesn't. And the only reason I say that is because they don't specify that they restructured the original cut from the director's cut or anything like that. So that's basically them saying nothing means it's an older scan.
Yeah.
That was provided by New Line. So, and I did not see a very discernible difference. It's a higher bit rate, but I didn't notice any discernible difference. So I'm just like, because I actually own the old Blu-ray, and I don't even know if they really added any. I don't think they did really add much to it. Maybe 1 or 2 new interviews or something. But fuck Shit Factory.
Yes, yeah, fuck them. But I think that's something like with Warner Brothers is like, I think maybe they give them the scan they have and just, you know, that's what it is. But it does sadden me what's happened to New Line Cinema because I need to rewatch your interview with Robert Shea because I really.
And there's my other gripe is why is the director's cut and the theatrical cut not on 2 separate discs and the theatrical cut get bitrate starved?
So they just shoved it all together on one disc.
Yeah, they did.
Oh God,
they did. And I got the disc all out of caddy. Of course, you know it was rattling around.
That's crazy.
And of course, I got it in a stack of other discs. And guess what? That's the only one that wasn't in its fucking case. Secured properly. And I thought it was a 2-disc set for that fucking price. They can shove it up their fucking ass.
Oh man,
I think I only paid like $6.99, I think, for the regular Blu-ray.
Yeah. Shout Factory's gotten ridiculous with their prices.
Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck is this? When I pulled it out and opened it up, I was expecting a 2-disc set. Right? Makes sense. Put the theatrical cut on one disc, put the director's cut on another disc. No, they shoved them both on one disc, and the theatrical cut gets like only a 2.0 soundtrack mix, which I don't know if it ever had a 5.1 mix, so fair enough, whatever. But it also gets half the bit rate at least. I don't know. I'm just speaking just by looking at my hitting display and seeing the bit rate go by for a little bit. So I don't have an analyzer, so keep that in mind. But I'm just saying, because like the first like 5-10 minutes I'm watching it, like it would hit a peak of like, I think it was like 39 or 40, wherever in there, somewhere on the regular, on the director's cut. And then on the regular cut, it would only hit like 20 at tops. Jeez. Normally it was around 15 bits per second or whatever. Jeez. So I'm like, this is fucking, they starved it. And it's only a 2-minute difference in the movie. It's not like the extended cut's like a half hour longer.
Yeah. That movie should not be that much. There's a lot of movies that should not be as much as they are. It sucks, and it sucks that they're releasing some stuff that I really want to, like UHF on 4K, The Phantoms, and I Come in Peace, and RoboCop 2. It really sucks because
Factory.
Yeah, But anyways, there you guys have my first pick of the night, Surf Ninjas. It's a great movie. Check it out. I think you'll have fun with it. Runner, I know you said you added more, didn't
Ron,
you?
I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, he says it had a 5.1 mix.
I don't know. There you go.
I was just curious because I know that. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, because Jurassic Park was 93, and that was the first film in DTS. And I remember Waterworld was another one that was a really early one that had a DTS mix, multi-channel. And I mean, a lot of films did from here and there from time to time if they had a 70mm release, but it started becoming the norm about 93, 94, 95. Most movies got a multi-channel mix.
Well, let's go to you, Runner. What's your next pick of the night?
My next pick is very much related to physical media or a physical media format. It's like records and a record store. That's where some of this takes place. It's about a dude and other dudes who work at a record store. Probably know what this movie is.
High Fidelity.
Yep. Good ass movie.
It is. Too bad it's fucking John Q's cuck is the fucking star now.
Yeah.
Fucker blocked me on Twitter.
Yeah.
Hey!
What? What'd you do?
Have you seen this movie, Rook? I'm curious.
Nope.
John Cusack, man. I fucking hate you. I want you back.
Never heard of it.
That's a reference to the movie if you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
It's actually a really good movie. One of my buddies.
It's a hilarious fucking
Yeah.
film.
Yeah, one of my
It's the movie that made me go, Jack Black. That guy right there is gonna be a fucking star.
Yeah, because
I'd
you
seen
remember
him in a lot of stuff.
anything.
I knew him from Tenacious D and some shit. As soon as I seen him in that though, because he was in Cable Guy and a few other random movies here and there.
I still know you did last summer.
Yeah, that was the movie right there that I saw it when I went, that's it. This guy's got it now. Whatever it was, he figured it out. Because I liked him as Tenacious D, but he couldn't just quite get it in the movies. And he had like one or two lesser known movies where he brought some of the Tenacious D flavor to it and it worked. I don't even remember what the hell it was called, but it had Luke Wilson in it, and he was like a pot dealer, and they go to this farm, and fucking Jack Black is there. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name. Potluck, I think it was called. And it had a couple different names, but it came out like straight to video.
Yeah.
And it was after Jack Black, of course, was a little more well known. But like there, he did some of the Tenacious D shit in the movie and stuff like that. You know, but I'm like, at that point I saw him and I'm like, this is the guy. This guy's gonna be something at some point here soon.
Yeah, no, Jack Black is really good in this movie.
Honestly, he's the one you remember the most in the movie.
No, for sure.
Let's get it on.
Yeah, oh my god, he's good.
Like it's so fucking funny. It's like this is like one of my friends from college. It's like one of his favorite movies. He keeps telling me like, "Oh my god, you got to watch High Fidelity," because like we go to like record stores like around the city at times because there's like a few near us and all that. And he's like, "Man, some of
these record stores don't exist anymore."
Well, not these, but like
that's what I mean. Yeah, like that's an old record store that doesn't exist anymore, like comic book shops. Yeah, sadly.
Yes, but there are some
almost they're now there. Okay, I will rephrase that. I'm generalizing too much. I'm sure in a lot of bigger cities, there's still some of these old school record stores still left. Like I think Deaf Ear is still in La Crosse, for instance, and stuff like that. That's a bigger, well-known one. The one in Chicago, I did go there. Have
you been to Reckless Records in Chicago?
I think I did. I went to a couple different record stores in Chicago my last trip down there. Because I came home with a stack of CDs. So yeah,
because I've been to two Reckless Records. One of them near the Loop is like.
But even now, my point is those guys don't work there anymore.
Yeah,
right.
Like, yes,
and all the modernized ones are a bunch of fucking hipsters.
The one in Wicker Park though, that one's fucking great. Like they have a ton of shit. They even have movies there, like a ton of shit.
Bongwater, is that what it was, Brian? Thank you. Okay, that sounds about right.
Because was it Reckless Records? Like that's like exclusively in like the Chicago area.
I believe
like,
so. Yeah,
record store wise, and there's only like
Deaf Air's up this way, and then you had I'm trying to remember the one that was over in Detroit. But anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, no, like my point is like, yeah, this is a great time capsule of record stores. Mm-hmm. And what was funny is when this movie came out, looking back on it now compared to when records were dying out.
Mm-hmm.
Like people weren't buying record albums.
No, you're right.
CDs were the mainstream thing at that point. So that's kind of little time capsule. It's kind of cool.
But what is it? What was I gonna say? So like, you know how Jack Black's character is like, he like shits on a customer who like asks certain questions, who like he like doesn't know about certain shit. Like, and he like treats the customer like shit.
There's no way your daughter likes that album.
So
how well do you know your daughter? What do you mean?
And some of the I'll admit, like some of the fucking employees that work in these record stores like in the city like are kind of like that.
Oh yeah, we were. Video store guys were too.
Oh yeah.
I knew that guy. I fucking worked with that guy. That's one of the reasons I loved that movie, even though it wasn't a record store, it was a video store.
Yeah.
I worked with that dude. Yeah. He was the guy who would always be like sitting there and people would be like, "You got this movie," and then yeah, but you don't fucking want to watch that anyway. They're like, it fucking sucks. And they're like, well, what do you want? Blah, 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 blah. You know, and they go like, no, you want to watch this? Here you go. Evil Dead 2. Right.
Yeah.
Hey, they talk about Evil Dead.
I know.
Too.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
To reference the movie. Yeah.
Now you got to watch Empire Records, which is a vastly different
that's like the new record store.
Yeah, you should watch that now if you've never seen it.
Yeah.
It's like to the double side there with that movie. But no, I remember liking it. But I also remember thinking Jack Cusack in that movie was a douchebag.
He kind of
watching
is.
that. Yeah, because he kind of is. And I think that's the whole point of his character.
I was going to say, that's kind of the point.
Well, the original novel is actually a British novel or whatever, if I remember right. And it's actually set in London, if I remember. So, like, it is got the original novel has more of like a snarky kind of tone to it, I guess. I've never read it. But the character works well with what John Cusack was at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost feels like this is what happened to Lloyd Dobler. You know what I mean? Like in a weird way, because as obsessed as he is with relationships, it's like, okay, so this is what he's turned out to be, huh? Okay.
What if you said you haven't seen Evil Dead 2 yet?
I've seen Evil Dead 2, guys. Okay.
Then I say, what's wrong with you? Because you should see it because it's the greatest fucking movie ever made.
And then like Jack Black's like yeah, like it's a great soundtrack and all that shit. I love that entire scene. I thought that was like fucking hilarious. But yeah, no, that's kind of the whole point of the John Cusack character though. Like he fucking has like he like has dates with all these girls and shit and all that. And was it he dumps one because he was a fucking complete douchebag. He's like, hey, if you're not gonna go the extra mile with me, like it's not like fuck that. And then he just goes on to other fucking chicks and shit, and they turn him down and shit.
Yeah, I feel it's a good movie. It's definitely a time capsule of that era.
Yeah,
Scott Hughes says, I managed the Camelot music from 90 to 95. I wish I knew then that it would be the best job I ever had. In 1995, we had 19 separate music stores in the area, not including Kmart, Walmart, Best Buy. Well, that's the same like how I feel about video stores.
Yeah, we had,
so
I want to say 5 or 6 within a half hour, 45-minute driving distance of my hometown at that time, and now there's 1.
Yeah, that's crazy. So that's like I spent.
And all that is a resale shop that actually started at the tail end and got in during video gaming shit, like the PS2, PS3 era.
Mm-hmm. What I find funny is like speaking of the records and CDs today, because if you guys have ever seen the TV show Sliders with Jerry O'Connell, there's a great line. There's a great line in the the pilot when he first goes to the next world. He's listening to the radio and it says the very last CD rolled off the shelf today as vinyl is the #1 seller. And it's just, people just care for vinyl more than they do CDs nowadays. And I'm laughing at that line now because of what's going on in the world today with vinyl and all, like you mentioned, the hipsters and stuff and everything that's going into it. But no, this is a great movie. Yeah. This is a fun movie.
Well, I understand it for the kids, but I will make fun of my brethren that are closer to my age. I'm like, you douchebags, you fucking went and sold your fucking records or got rid of them. What the hell? Excuse me, sorry, I got the hiccups. What the hell are you doing buying new records for? You're smart enough to know that, yeah, the better sounding records are going to be the ones that are old, because otherwise, what is the point of buying this new crap? Yeah, you might as well buy the CD. And I know that makes everybody go, but it's not the same. Yeah, it is. It comes from the same goddamn master.
It doesn't have that lived in feeling from when you had
if you want, okay, if you like the aesthetic, that's fine. But I mean, come on, do yourself at least the service of going out and finding the original vinyl.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to sound better, guys, because it's at least from an analog master.
And don't get me wrong, I have bought new vinyl, but that's for other reasons, not because I got rid of it.
Yeah, but most of the time for me, it's like a collectible thing, or because I have.
I just said the collectible. Yeah. But no, I try to get a classic vinyl. John Cusack has a case of what most Hollywood actors have a case, and his career just, let's face it, he was never really that big to begin with. So He just kind of disappeared. That's just all there's to it. But Runner, go ahead.
No, that's about it. That's all I mean, really, really good movie. I really enjoyed it.
Okay.
My one of my buddies from college like really loves that movie just because he's like huge into music and likes shopping for music, and he likes going to record stores and shit because we have them nearby.
You definitely need to watch Empire Records now. Definitely need to watch it.
No, I've been that's on my list. I'm pretty sure because I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
You need to watch it. No, I did not rush to Target. I don't like Target. I don't shop Target. Taylor Swift's new album. No.
Yeah, no.
All right. But let's go to your Rook. What do you got for your next pick?
Alrighty. So one of the reasons why I haven't like had as many picks lately when we've had their shows is because I've been watching Breaking freaking Bad, and oh my god, this is like one of the best shows ever. At least from what I have seen, from what I have watched, this is amazing. I'm very late to the party, extremely late. Like, everybody watched this. Came out in like what, 2008 to 2013, and this was all the rage. I've been trying to slowly, like, I'm like Pennywise. I like to savor the good as it lasts, but it's so good I got to keep on watching it too. So it's like, oh fuck, I don't want it to end. No, we're getting closer to the end of season 5. Shit. And then it's like, okay, but there's still Better Call Saul, a little spin-off show.
So did you finish it or not?
Right there, I finished it. That's why I have it right here. I bought it for that because the Blu-ray has extra features on it too. It's got audio commentary, it's got screen tests on there behind the scenes.
I can't believe you got the El Camino thing because I don't think that was ever released because that was a Netflix movie.
Yeah,
it was a Netflix movie. You're right, and I think
this is a foreign. I think this is out here.
I feel like this is maybe you can get it on its own, but I figured it's mostly just paired with the Breaking Bad show. But El Camino, I almost want to save that for its own thing for another pick if we're doing another round with stuff.
You know, I've never seen El Camino. I've seen the whole series Breaking Bad, but I've never
seen Breaking Bad. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen the whole show.
Good.
I've only seen the first episode.
You got to finish through, man. But you got a lot of time. You got a lot of time.
I know.
You'll get there eventually.
I just haven't taken the time to like watch the whole thing.
It is a show that it feels slow, but it's all good. It like the tense scenes in Breaking Bad are better than a lot of modern day action scenes that are trying to be, cool and edgy and stuff. Like they're just a certain conversation, certain moments, or you're kind of like on the edge of your seat, like, oh my fucking god, what's gonna happen here? There's so many things that huddle that affect things going forward. It's not like a super whole genius level brain thing. It's just simple things that you would kind of think of, but you don't typically see it explored in like a movie. But they have it be like a huge part that goes in the next plots of the show quite often, even like characters, small interactions, whatever. There's even just simply this guy who owns a car wash that Walt kind of blows up on when he quits, and then later they need to buy the car wash from him. And that becomes, and like that's integral to the stuff that's going on and they're trying to do. And it's like it becomes a lot more difficult because of the way that he left a long time ago. That wouldn't be a problem, and that's something for his wife to deal with. And it's just something like that. Just like the way they create drama, the way they create tension. They make in one of the episodes they make their biggest batch of meth in Jesse's RV and everything. I'm talking about this like everybody knows the show. I mean, I figured most people. Honestly, and it's like they get the best batch ever. They're happy about it. Yeah, they're in the middle of the desert. They're about to leave, but he left the key in the ignition, which drained the battery. So now they got their best batch ever, but they're in the middle of nowhere. They told pretty much nobody where they are because they're doing this illegally, and they're out of gas with their thing, or their engine's done. They're whatever, and like they make a whole episode just like on them dealing with that, like just on those two. And like Walter White is like a MacGyver in a way. Would you describe him as that kind of? Because he always has like little tricks, little things he's got to use to kind of get out a lot of stuff.
I'd say he's a MacGyver. I would say he's just a scientist. He's a smart man.
I mean, yeah, I've heard people call him that before, I guess. That's what I was thinking of. But it is such a good show. I want to watch it again. It is. There's a lot of characters. Skylar. There's so much to say about this. Holy shit! Like Skylar, I hate it. I've gone back and forth on. I got back and no. Nobody likes her, but there's times where I go back and forth on her where I'm like, I fucking hate you, stupid bitch. And then I'm like, I kind of feel bad. I kind of get you. And then I'm like, oh, but then you stupid, she like does something that makes me hate her again. Like she makes me, she does great at making me feel sympathy for her and then want to freaking hate her. And I'm like, God, screw you for doing that. Jesse, the little kid, little stoner kid in this, essentially, just you'd think that you can't do that much with this character, that he's not going to grow as much throughout the whole show. It's pretty much about him becoming a man, and you see him in El Camino. It is such a satisfying epilogue that doesn't feel like a tacked on thing to the show. It's not like a 100% epilogue to the show in a way, but it's because it just focuses on him. There's some flashbacks with some characters that they use well in it to have him progress his story. He's got a chance at a better life, essentially. There's so many things with this show to go over. Like I could spend all night talking about it. I mean, the way that they utilize color, the way they utilize the scenes, the way they have Walt's progression as a guy they have him start perfectly. He's in his 50s. He just turned 50. He's defeated, kind of like settled in his life, man. He had all this potential, all this knowledge to be great. His friends that have a company that he's helped them start to build, they are billionaires, and he could have been one too, but he didn't. He failed. He's a teacher, and he works at a car wash. He's got a son that's got what's it called that he has? He's got the crutches,
multiple sclerosis. No,
MS.
MS.
He's got a special needs kid anyway, and his wife is pregnant, and then he is diagnosed with cancer. And like the medical bills for that would be extreme. What is he leaving behind for his family? What can he do? His brother-in-law works with the DEA, and he has all these drug busts. And Walt is seeing this and is like, that's a lot of money. That's a little bust, and that's a lot of money for a little.
Yeah, that's cerebral palsy. Yeah,
cerebral palsy. So he gets motivated. He starts to become motivated by we all feel like he's doing the right thing for his family, and he is. We're following him. He's our protagonist, but he is technically a bad guy. Like he does a lot. We understand him completely, but he does a lot of shady shit, and his manipulation grows throughout the show so subtly. It's like a Twitch movement. He's like, oh, I'm innocent Walter White, to I'm fucking Heisenberg. Like I am this guy who is like with Jesse. Like you see that happen with Jesse in the last season as it's like winding down. Like how the effect that his manipulation has had on this kid. Like are you even being honest with me ever? Like, are you ever just being straight, or are you trying to angle me? What are you doing? The wife, Skylar, at the beginning of season 5, she is. There's a scene in there, I forget which episode, but she is like terrified of Walt. She is like, I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to do anything I can to get the kids safe, and you now, like this guy that started out as such a weak demeanor to this, like he gives the impression that he is this super kingpin, even though he's really not. Like he's really not, but he becomes notorious for what he's able to accomplish. And even if people in the chat have no spoilers about the show, it is 100% worth seeing the show anyway to watch it all play out. It is so good. Better Call Saul is a spinoff to this show. There's a little bit of overlap of some characters so far. I've only seen season 1 of Better Call Saul so far, and he's a character in the show that has helped them out with a lot of their stuff. He's pretty important and integral, and it's cool seeing his story too in the beginning. So I couldn't recommend Breaking Bad enough. If I've ever recommended enough stuff, I would take away all those recommendations and recommend you at least. But this is a bucket list show.
No, I've been wanting to watch it for a long time.
Watch this before you shed your fucking mortal coil.
High praise, Brooke. I actually have seen the show. I do agree it is a really great show. It is a slow burn show.
I was going to say the first episode was a kind of a slow burn, but
it is a slow burn.
It's all
show.
worth it. It's all worth it. You will feel the intensity will be in like there. You'll feel the intensity as you go. That's what's funny about it. It's not even like that action packed. There's a lot of violence in it. But it's not like super full of action or whatever, the fast paced stuff. But there's tense moments everywhere that is like just has you on the edge of your seat. And if you pay, they reward you so much with subtlety. They don't They never badger your fucking face with stuff. A lot of things are things you got to pick up on, especially with Skylar and stuff. Like she's not direct at all. She's like, oh, she's doing something, but you're like, oh, it's just a bitch wife. What's going on with her? But like, she has reason to feel the way she does. But she does have reason to feel the way she does because of what he does to her and like how this affects her. Like she doesn't know, even because he keeps everything secret. Like he's like honest with her, like maybe 10% of the time. Like, so she just feels this wall up. She's got her kid. She's pregnant. She knows he's dying. And it's like, what is she supposed to think of the future? Like that, like, so they do make even with characters that you might not like as much, you do enjoy them while they're around and what they're doing. The show is so good. I can't give enough praise. Like I'm gonna watch all the commentary and all the stuff, all the special features. There's only some movies where I will really watch like every single thing about them. Like I've only done that with like the Lord of the Rings and maybe something else. I'm gonna watch like every extra bit about this that I possibly can. This is so fucking good.
Well, all right, Rook. All right, I can see you're very, very excited about that. So I agree.
Yes.
Like I said, I watched the show when it was new. I saw it every week. My dad liked it, and we watched it. So I enjoy the show. I do think it's a really, really great show. It's probably one of the last great shows I ever watched on TV. Because I don't watch a whole lot of TV.
What about
TV shows that is.
Right.
Other than my older shows that when I grew up on and everything that I buy.
What about
Cobra Kai? Yeah, I watch Cobra Kai, but I mean, that's different.
Good. That's good TV.
No, that's good TV.
It's good
different.
TV,
but what I mean, like this is good adult TV, I should say.
Okay,
television.
That's fair. That's fair.
Cobra Kai is like everybody can watch Cobra Kai. It's
no, for sure.
Yeah. This is like one of those shows that you've got to be in the right mood to watch. Otherwise, you might not be following along as much.
And I can understand why some people can't get into because it is a slow burn TV show, but the slow burn pays off incredibly.
And I'll admit, there's a lot of stuff in the show that is like if you feel queamish about some things, like you could kind of be put off by it, like with the way that kids get in it too, and they get affected. The amount of I don't know, just some of the violent scenes they go pretty hard in for a little bit, like what they do with the bot to dispose of a body and other stuff. They do a lot of things that might surprise people with how it is. Real quick, Brian Barth said Ryan Johnson directed a few episodes in here. Yeah, he did. Some people point out the episode The Fly as like I don't know if people say it's the worst episode or just because it's Ryan Johnson they hate it the most. The first half of that episode feels
that episode very well.
The first half of that episode feels very weird, but then it's necessary to help the second half. The first half is the worst part of it, sure, but the second half goes into Walt. They're stuck in here trying to get this thing. Trying to get this fly out of contaminant, and Walt is just kind of driven crazy. It's multiple things why he's of like the events that happened with the airplane, what happened with Jesse's first love. There's so many things going on that is coming out in that episode that. Like that's where it hones in on, but the first half feels like it's just like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Because the drama before that is so intense that it's like, why are we on this fucking fly? Like, it's like you feel aggravated watching it.
Wait, I got a question
I think it's
for you though. Did he directed some episodes, but did he write the episodes?
No, I don't believe he did.
I don't think
okay.
so. Bryan Cranston, Aaron Paul, a lot of the actors in the show did a lot of assistance with writing, but they had a writing team. They had a directing. There was a lot of overlap in the cast. And
I'm talking about Ryan Johnson specifically.
But as far as I can tell, I don't think he.
Because
I don't think so.
Because I think it's not so much his directing, it's his writing that's not good, like in Last Jedi and all that type of shit. If you give him something to work with, like it'll be just fine.
Yeah.
But speaking of Rook's praise on Breaking Bad and all that, I shit you not, dude, there are fucking courses at the college I go to that's dedicated towards Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul that are like lecture
they
courses.
Should be. Good.
On like editing and shit. I shit you not.
Good.
I
There's a
know.
lot you can do from it. I mean, there's the type of things with, and that just reminds me of like I saw the director talking like they were gonna have.
I think those are courses mainly if you're like getting into TV more so than film. But
Right.
I'm more of a film guy.
This works so much as a show compared to a film. Like
yes, because
there
are television related courses more so than film, but those are like some of the television courses you can take are like, you know, some of the lecture courses on like they literally like talk about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
Yeah. Well, there's moments where they were going to have a lot of the show in season 2 be like in Jesse's basement, but then for some reason they couldn't film in that location. So they made that part of the script in the show that they had to move it. And they would organically do so many things like that it just feels like, well, why would they have written this? It's like, because something went wrong in the production. And so they're shifting the story to fit with what went wrong. They were going to kill Jesse Pinkman at the end of season 1. But look at what happened with him. I mean, he's a star of El Camino. He's the survivor. Spoilers, but I mean,
I understand how that shit feels when you don't get a fucking location anymore and you gotta fucking have a plan B. That shit sucks.
Yeah,
I've heard many stories from you know other people from other film students who like have to do a project like a film project where they have to get something in production and they hear from the person like, oh, sorry, you can't use this space.
Yep. But that's all I got for that. I'll cut myself off there for it. I could go on. I can go on
for all night. All right.
Yep.
Well, good pick. The only reason I really got into it is because I know Vince Gilligan, who created the show, wrote for X-Files. So.
I'm glad you saw it. I'm going to check out more of his work and stuff because this might be the first time I actually dive into a whole like cast and crew and their body of work because this is so good. I love it.
All right. Well, Tom, let's go to you. What do you got? And what you want me to share this real quick?
Well, you brought this movie up, and Rachel Talalay has been selling her own personal poster collection.
Oh, nice!
On Facebook. So
nice.
There you go. Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie in years. I was so wanting to buy it, and that pissed me off when I found out the DVD was out of print and going for like $30.
Jeez.
Yeah. But what do you got for us, Tom? What do you got?
Yeah, my final pick, I guess, for the night. This is, I guess it was a video nasty, although I'm not sure why, but after seeing it, I'm like, wow, holy shit, there's a lot in common with this and Psycho 2. So hopefully I'm not ruining too much of that movie, but it's called Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker.
Oh, yeah.
Or
a good title.
I'm trying to remember the other name of it. I don't remember. But and then it was also known as just Nightmare Maker as well, as you'll see here on the thing. But the other was like Night Caller or Night Warning. I think that's what it was. But okay, so the movie stars Jimmy McNichol, Susan Tyrrell, Bo Svensson, Julia Duffy, and you get to see her tits.
Nice.
Bill Paxton, very young Bill Paxton. But I guess it was considered one of here it says right here at Night Warning, yeah. One of the video nasties. And this is a new 4K Blu-ray from Severin. It was released prior to this with a 4K scan on Blu-ray from Code Red and as a Diabolic DVD exclusive for a while. So yeah. Yeah, it's worth the upgrade from what I can tell here. I haven't seen the other version, but I do have it, but I should have grabbed it just to show it, but never opened it. But I'm actually sending it off to my dad's store for sale unless somebody wants it. I'll sell it for a decent price because either way, like this is out now, so I don't think anybody really cares. Because as far as I know, this carries over all the special features from there, from what I could tell, and actually has a couple of new ones. On top of the whole, I feel like there's got to be some comparisons drawn to Psycho 2 in this film. This movie is also one of those movies that should be brought up and every woke person should watch because it's filmed in 1979, came out in 1981. And I don't want to give too much of it away because it'll spoil too much, but it's about this kid who's being raised by his aunt, and his aunt is fucked up. And he's getting to that point where he's ready to leave for school. And he might get a scholarship, and she tries everything she can to keep him home. And that's all I really want to say. But there's also this through line about homosexuals specifically. So it's really ahead of its time in a lot of ways. And if it came out now, this movie would probably be considered woke as fuck. But because of the era that it comes out in and the context that it came out in and the believability of the prejudices at the time, it works for the story and actually kind of makes an interesting kind of spin and twist on the mystery of, it's not really a mystery to the audience, but it's a mystery to the characters involved. But no, I didn't expect it to like it as much as I did. And yes, Tim Hayes, Susan Tyrrell was a weird lady in real life. I've heard she's actually in Crybaby and some other movies, but she's a wackadoo in this, quite the wackadoo. Yeah. The movie feels like it probably got more inspiration from Friday the 13th and the original Psycho. And I swear, like I said, once you see this, if you haven't seen it already, I don't know if anybody in the chat's seen it and agrees with me. I'm like watching this movie. I'm like, holy shit. Did Psycho 2 pick up a lot from this? It's actually a pretty well competent made film, even though it's an indie feature. But it actually lost the original director. I believe his name was Michael Smith or something like that. And Jan de Bont was the original director of photography as well.
Go figure.
Yeah. So like, and they also had interviewed like Daryl Hannah and some other fairly well-known future actresses at the time for the lead actress role too. So
I could tell you because they paired that on The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs on a certain day. If I told you the certain day, it would kind of spoil the movie a little bit. What day they paired?
I can probably imagine. And if you know Psycho 2 well enough, that probably gives away somewhat of a twist in the film. Yeah, but
let's just say they paired it.
It
with
doesn't really ruin the
film
presentation, though. Yeah.
So, but no, yeah, I know what you're talking. Yeah, I've seen it. It's a crazy movie. It's not bad for what it is.
Not great, but it's competently made, and it's. I started watching it, and I wasn't sure if I was going to finish it because I knew I had an X amount of time before the show, actually, and I felt bad that I only had one movie. So I'm like, okay, I got enough time to watch a movie, but if I start something now, I can also switch off to something else if I don't like it. But I got past the point of no return. I'm like, all right, this is do or die. Because the beginning of it does take a little bit to get going, but not too bad, right? Once it gets going and it starts feeding you with stuff and the twists come in and you got like Bo Svensson, who's fucking great to watch in anything, right? So especially as his character here is kind of a chew the scenery kind of character. And I mean, fucking this, the performance by fucking Susan Tyrrell almost puts Mrs. Voorhees to fucking shame.
Like, she's pretty crazy in that movie.
And the transformation she goes through in this movie is pretty good, considering it's a B-level movie and you can tell that it's barely held together by like tape and glue as far as production wise goes, but the people making it actually wanted to make a good movie. You can tell that they're competent because it actually is it's directed by William Asher, who, if you don't recognize the name, is the husband of Mrs. Bewitched herself. What the hell's her name?
Yeah, what is her name for Bewitched? I want to say Samantha, but it's not Samantha.
That's her character name. I know. Her damn real name.
What is her name?
That was her husband, and he worked on a lot. In fact, I don't know if he created the show, but he worked on the show. I know that. So yeah, I mean, this guy just took it as a job. Elizabeth Montgomery, thank you.
Yes.
And because like I said before, the original director dropped out over a dispute with the producers. I never quite got that out of any of the making of. I just found out that it was Jan de Bont as the director of photography, and I think the other director's name was either Michael Smith or something like that. Not a name I recognized. I didn't look that name up, but no, I watched the behind the scenes stuff or the interviews and stuff that they got on here. So it's not a bad package overall.
Yeah.
I mean, and the transfer actually looks pretty damn good. I know in the past some people have had some issues with Severin, I guess. And I think some people were saying something about the audio. I didn't notice any problems with the audio. But I have not watched the old disc. I had it still in plastic, and like I said, so I never even referenced it with the code red scan.
Right.
But all the other reviews I read of that to just check and see if there was any special features I might be missing. Severin did this, I think, before, or whatever, Code Red has done it before as well. But I don't know. I didn't notice anybody say anything about the picture wise. Anything people said the picture looked just as good or better, but somebody was griping about the sound. But yeah, as far as I could tell, Tim, it was all the same extras. Yeah.
I was thinking about picking that one up myself because I saw that was on in 4K now.
You get to see Susan Tyrrell's and Julia Duffy's boobs. So yeah, there you go.
So, I mean, you gotta love the 80s, right? Right? I mean, boobs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was the best part. That was the best part.
And there's some good gore. I mean, it does dip for a bit, like it takes some building up to get back to the like slasher parts of the film, but then it does make up for that in the last like half hour, 45 minutes of the movie. If you know what I mean, crazy. Greg. It just goes on a fucking spree at that point. It's just like, okay, we waited this long. About time we get to some chopping and lopping.
Yeah. It's another one that you got to let the story build, and when it gets to that point, it's satisfying. So yeah,
it's a strange little movie, but it's like I said, if it wasn't competently made, I don't know if I'd have liked it.
Right,
because it manages. You can tell it does almost kind of have a TV movie feel to it at times. So that maybe is where the downside of the budget and having a TV director come in. But he wanted, and I never even finished that thought. Sorry, or that story. He wanted to come in and direct it just so he could show he could do other things besides comedy on television, right? Like, so that was his whole main motivation behind the film. But he came into something that was already pre-set up for him. They had already shot like the major sequence for the beginning, and I guess that was part of what the original director had gotten into with the producers, because they said he took too damn long. When he's like, if this was a big studio picture, they'd get a week to do this shot, and he only got 2 days. Yeah.
Well, that's where like a TV director works well and stuff like that.
And that's what they wanted. Exactly. You're right.
Yes,
Greg.
Exactly. Yep. All right. Well, now I know that 4K is worth it, because I was thinking about picking.
And I mean, the pacing, Tim, more so than anything, the pacing.
Yeah. I was actually.
It doesn't feel like it in production wise. It does feel like a full-fledged production. And of course, there's all the R stuff involved. I mean, a lot of F words, and I don't mean just one F word.
I know what other F word you're talking about, which you can't say in today's day and age as well.
Which they do bring up in the making of about how progressive the film is, but you also, I almost wish I wouldn't have watched the Bo Svensson fucking interview, because I'm like, oh, dude, I'm glad that you're talking about how progressive this film is, but he goes on and on about how much more work we need to do and all this other stuff. It's like, don't buy into that shit, dude, because this is one of the more newer interviews, and you can tell. Because all the other ones are like way old.
Yeah, you can tell when they're new interviews how like we're so progressive nowadays. It's like no.
And that's what all of them were talking about too in the new interviews. It was all about. I mean, some of them gave some neat tidbits, but they all eventually got to how progressive the movie was. And it's like, yeah, I'm glad you're bringing it up, but then Bo was the only one who really jumped to the whole like, well, there's still more work that needs to be done and blah blah blah. It's like, of course, you fucking actor.
Of course.
You got to be 80 goddamn thousand years old and you're still fucking an actor, aren't you?
Yeah, gotta kiss the butt,
right?
Yeah, but I would recommend. I brought it on here before, but I don't remember if you said you've seen it or not. Now that you've watched that, watch Fade to Black.
Yeah, I've got it. I haven't watched it yet. Yeah,
you gotta watch Fade to Black now.
What's the connection with it?
It's got a very similar plot with this guy who's being raised by his aunt.
Gotcha.
Similar, and she's not very.
I just wondered if it was some same director or something like that.
No, it's a similar like story between this guy and his aunt, and it's very much the Taxi Driver version of a horror movie.
What I give it credit for is how it actually strings together, without giving it too much away, this believable idea. Like I said, as the audience, we know what's going on, but the movie strings out this red herring with the main kid really well. And you almost believe, even though, not again, I'm giving away probably too much, but even though Bo Svensson plays a very racist, fucking bigoted, homophobic cop, which was very normal at that time in some places, especially in the South, which he sounds like he's from. Yeah, he is in real life. I mean, it works so well in the movie because even though he is that way, the plot is set up to where you can see where he would believe certain things about certain characters and a certain plot that went down in his head. Right. And even though the ending feels very, like I said, if you watch the ending now, you'd be like, oh God, this fucking movie is woke as hell. And it's really just because it would be so over the top now, but it's okay then. And see, that's what I don't think they understand about subject matter. It's like, these are the kind of racists that they think are out there. They aren't out there anymore, guys. We got rid of most of them. And if they do exist, they know better than to fucking actually show it. Because this, not just racists, but bigots for that matter. Because because this guy is a flat out believable at that time, no nonsense redneck fucking cop that hates gay people and black people and Hispanic people and treats them like shit. And you even have a cop who's kind of getting fed up with it, and you can tell. And it does play it out very well, but it's not so like, it's not like it works its way into the plot naturally and works with the whole convoluted red herringness of the tale. And I know Rook and Runner are just kind of falling asleep.
Yeah, they're like, but that's the thing. Like people talk about this, like the stuff like you're talking about there, but like watch 80s horror movies and stuff like that. They were tackling this stuff well before anybody else. Before anybody else, and none of it was seen as woke or anything like that back in the day. So
no, it's progressive then, right? Like that's the difference. It's not progressive anymore. That's my whole point. We've been there, done that 40 fucking 50 fucking years ago.
It's all been done before, exactly. And that's why I say watch Fade to Black, where Fade to Black is much more like a Psycho, whereas like it's
even in Psycho, Psycho, for God's sake. There's so much. Now you want to talk about gay coding and shit like they do now? Psycho actually has it in it. You want to go into that sucker deep underneath the deep layers. There's actually it there. Like there is an argument to be made that his whole resentment to the idea of a woman and because of his mother has turned Norman Bates gay and he can't deal with that. And that's part of his psychosis.
Yeah, and in fact
Hitchcock put that in the fucking movie.
Yeah. But no, we never saw any of that in movies ever before, ever.
Yes, it's like, goddamn, come on. And he distracted you with the toilet. Bravo, motherfucker, good show. Like, that's what I'm saying. Trick me. I would rather be tricked than my fucking expectations subverted. Fuck that shit.
That's what the thing is, like, they were telling stories with characters and everything, and now it's the message over the story and characters where, like, you didn't realize what you were seeing when you saw these back in the day. You were just getting invested into the story and the characters. Yeah. And then when you go deep diving is when you find that out. Nowadays, it's like, oh, so this is what this means. I don't care. Yeah. You're just shoving it in my face.
Well, like Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is another great example, but you got the director and Robert Shea were just like, we have no fucking idea it was supposed to be a gay movie. And you got the writer and the fucking actor going, oh yeah, we knew it was a gay movie. We did it on purpose. Why? Because we're gay. And we knew that we couldn't do it, so we did it as an allegory. Yeah. But it just got underneath the noses of the director and the owner of the studio.
Yeah.
You know, you think Bob would have got the hint when he's sitting there shopping at a fucking leather bar or a leather shop for the leather bar scene.
I know. I love that.
I guess it didn't dawn on him. I even asked him that at the time. Like, you didn't think it didn't even kind of dawn on you?
It was very fashionable.
He's like, back then we just didn't. It was just, like the thing. And you got to think about that era, right? Like, for a guy to come out dressed like a half looking like a chick was no big thing. It didn't mean he was gay or into
it was like the metal
punk
gay. Thing. Like,
yeah, it just meant that he was like into punk or metal or whatever. Yeah. Like, look at the hair bands of the 80s. They wore more makeup and hairspray than the women did half the time.
Right. You should listen to the song 1987 by Still Panther. It is great. If you've never heard it, they're this rock, like they're a modern.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You know, yeah. And they have a great line in it where they talk about where they're singing the song 1987 was the best years and everything, like where guys even wore more lipstick than girls and nobody cared. That's like a line in the song. It's a great song. You should listen to it. It like it's perfect. But yeah, I do recommend seeing Fade to Black. It's a bit different. I can't say it's but it has similar themes, like with the aunt and the kid and Psycho and Taxi Driver.
The 1998 Psycho was a bit more gay. Then again, the mid 80s were a bit gay. Well, there is 80s gay, and then there's 90s gay, and then there's now gay.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's about what we got.
Yeah.
I think there might have been a 2000s gay, but I think then it was just like, it wasn't a thing. You know what I mean? By the time we got to the 2000s, because I went to college by then, and it was like, I think like 4 or 5 of the people in our class were gay. It's nobody cared.
Yeah.
Just didn't. It wasn't really discussed or talked about or anything like that. I think we only knew because they just happened to bring it up or show up with a boyfriend one day or what have you, or when we hung out afterwards, their boyfriend showed up or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of the way it was when we worked too at certain places. Like the only time I ever thought it was a thing was funny was because I hope I didn't tell this story before, but it's kind of funny. Our manager at this Taco Bell I worked at, we swore up and down he was gay, and we didn't mean it in like a mean way. But we all would hang out at our places and stuff afterwards, and we always go to his place, and we'd always comment on how his place was always the most nicest, cleanest kept place, even though he worked the most hours of anybody. Mm-hmm. And how he was always so nice and kempt. And the thing that was the clincher, besides just the way his demeanor and the way he acted, was the fact that the hottest chick that worked there always wanted to jump his bones. And he would always reject her. And we're just like, motherfucker's gotta be gay. Just makes no goddamn sense. I mean, this is the kind, and I'm not kidding you, this is the kind of woman that would get you up, you go, boing, like when you walk in the room and every guy just starts sucking in their guts. And you're like,
I look great. Look at me.
Like, which way to the gym?
That's what I did. I've been sucking in my gut for 30 years now.
I mean,
open this pickle jar for you. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, she was just hot, and she was hot for him. I remember one night she's balling. We're all just sitting there. We're like, he's got to be gay. We don't understand. Lo and behold, about 10, 15 years later, he marries a dude. I fucking told you, you'd have been so much happier had you just acknowledged it back then. Just acknowledge
it, man. We wouldn't have cared.
That poor girl's heart.
We wouldn't have cared one bit.
We didn't care. We were goating him. We're like, just come out the closet, man.
Just
we
do
don't
it,
care.
man.
We know. It's like, we know you're the one that's in denial here. It's like,
plus tell Susan so we can get with Susan and she can stop. I know that's not
that
her
wasn't
name.
Her name, but yeah, luckily, I was gonna be like, if it was really like, how the fuck did you know? I should have said that just to be funny.
All right. Well, I guess
anyway, that's the best I can come up with. It was a good movie. I don't want to give too much of it away. It's got a lot of twists and turns in it. It's a fun little pop boiler 80s flick. Yeah, it's wacky, and I kind of liked it. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. I wouldn't give it like a glowing review, but I mean, it was probably a 6 or a 7, maybe a 6.5, somewhere.
Not a bad 80s horror movie. No.
Yeah, no, it's a good one to kind of throw in after like a Friday the 13th or Psycho, or watch with, like I said, Psycho 2.
Mm-hmm.
Or like you said, Fade to Black.
I mean, definitely, like you could watch that and Psycho that and even Taxi Driver and all that, mix it together, because that's what that movie. If you're like
yeah, no, I was just agreeing with you. That's all.
No, like with Fade to Black, like if you've seen Taxi Driver, if you're like a monster fan, if you've seen these movies, and if you're like a cinephile too, because he works at like the places where they do the film reels in the movie. So like I think it would be a great double feature with something similar to Butcher Baker, Nightmare Maker. But with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and show these. I know Tom has these. I thought he was going to watch them, but I just got these. I have Fletch.
I did preview them and check them up against the old Blu-rays.
Okay, so I have Fletch and Fletch Lives. I thought Fletch looked pretty good. I thought it looked pretty good. Fletch Lives was decent.
See, here's the thing. I think Fletch one is well, they both are supposed to be two new 2K scans. Fletch one, I'm convinced is new and it looks much better. It looks like an improvement.
It does. It does.
I don't know if part 2 is the same scan as because the Blu-ray for part 2 didn't come out that long ago.
Yeah.
Mine was actually still in plastic.
I do guess
my first one was still in plastic too, so I opened them both up to check and compare.
I do love the slip covers.
Yeah, I am glad that they got the slip cover, even though part 2 always had the proper art. I was gonna grab them and I forgot. I can go grab them in a minute. But like, yeah, part 1, for some reason the Blu-ray they have that shitty art from the DVD.
Yeah.
That's my only complaint. My only complaint is that the first movie got no new special features whatsoever.
None, no.
It's just all carried over stuff from the Blu-ray. Part 2 got a bunch of new EPK stuff because the part 2 Blu-ray is one of those Blu-rays that doesn't even have a menu.
Yeah. Well, I actually watched the Fletch Liz making a featurette. It's not new. It's one of the ones they aired on TV years.
Yes, I was going to say EPK stuff from my memory.
From the back. Yeah.
But they don't have any of that stuff on the Blu-ray.
No, not on
Blu-ray is my point.
Yeah.
But as far as the scan though, I didn't really tell much of a difference. Maybe it is a new scan, but it's just because the other one wasn't that old of a scan. I don't know. But they do have the original 2.0 stereo mix on the first film, first time since VHS or whatever.
Yeah, and I had not watched the Fletch movies in quite some time. I enjoyed the hell out of them. I got to be honest though. Moon River. Harry Mancini actually wrote that. It says I was watching the credits.
Yeah,
that's what it says. For those who don't know who Harry Mancini is, Friday the 13th and stuff. But I gotta be honest.
You're thinking of Manfredini.
Yeah, Manfredini. I'm sorry, Manfredini.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time too. He's the guy who did the Pink Panther and shit.
Yeah. I don't know why I went there.
Miss Doc.
Yeah. I love that. Emmett Walsh was great in that.
Do you have any elephant books? No, children.
The whole point of that scene of like when I was watching the old special feature on that, they had carriers like they shot in this hospital and they like kept telling him to use shit. And that's why the scene goes on like that. And he's like, I'm shitting here and I'm this actor and it takes years to learn how to use all these things. So I'm trying to look competent as I use them. And he's just going through each thing that happens.
This is Chevy Chase at his peak.
Chevy Chase is so great. And as I said, like I've always liked Fletch Liz. I know some people don't. This time watching it, however, I do feel like it is a bit of a downgrade.
It is. It was never as good as, and even back when it first came out, I remember seeing it going, oh, not as good. It's all right. The trailer was almost better than the movie in some ways.
Yeah, and it
almost promises a better film.
Yeah, and it takes a little bit to get into that one. It takes like halfway through the movie is when it starts feeling like Fletch again.
Yeah, once he starts doing Fletchy stuff because it's a big setup.
Yeah, it takes a while.
I think the funny thing though is I think both of them based on books or not? I'm trying to remember.
According because I watched the special DPK of the second movie is its original ideal.
That's what I was trying to think. I think that was what I was getting to because that and you can tell like that was the point because it doesn't have as good of a tight narrative to it and a nice little mystery because that's what the books are usually based on is some mystery that he's getting sucked into.
Yeah. Because I was watching and Chevy Chase says, what we do to Fletch Lives is we tried to get as much in there without going over the copyright or something, he says. So where it plays like fast and loose with the Fletch story, basically. So yeah, it's like its own original story and that they come up with. And you can tell, like you said, you can tell. It's still a good movie, still a fun watch. Once it gets picked up, it's real good. Cleavon Little, which we mentioned earlier for Blazing Saddles, he's in it. He's pretty funny in it. He's just, you want to help me get this trunk? You grab that in and you pull it out, and he makes him carry it in the house by himself, and he's supposed to be the servant. He says it's great. It's great. That's funny. But no, after watching the first Fletch, because I watched them sort of back to back over 2 days, The first Fletch is amazing. It's a great movie. It's hilarious. Chevy Chase is perfect. It's got a hell of a cast. It's got Gina Davis. It's got Norm. I can't think of George Wendt from Cheers. It's got what's his name?
Tim Matheson. Yeah,
Tim Matheson.
Emmett Walsh is in the scene that we were talking about.
Yeah, Emmett Walsh. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar makes an appearance. He's got the afro and he's playing Laker basketball.
Now, did you see that I have all the IDs from part 2?
Oh no, I have not.
Did you see? I posted it on my Twitter. Let me see if I can get.
I think I missed that one today.
Back. Yeah. Let me see. Oh no, this is from a while back.
Oh.
I was almost hoping they would have asked me for them for scans for the Blu-rays, but they didn't.
Oh man.
Yeah, shit. I'd have to go back a ways. Yeah. They were from. I posted them a long time ago.
A long time. Oh. Yeah, Gina Davis as Larry is great in the movie.
Oh, here, wait a minute. I might have some place. Right, I'm saved. Keep going. Sorry.
No, I was just talking about Gina Davis isn't great. She's young. It's when she's got a small role, and as Larry, which is funny because he's always calling her to do work. But no, the first movie is really, really great with Fletch. You're introduced to him right on the beach, and it's very noir. He's got the voiceover. He's telling you what he's doing. He writes a column in L.A. Times, or I think it's L.A. Times if I remember. I can't remember the name of the newspaper, but he writes under the name of Jane Doe, investigative journalist under the name of Jane Doe, and he's investigating drugs being sold on the beach, and it picks off from there. But yeah. Oh, there you go. Those are great.
That's one of them anyway. I got all of them that were from the second one, yeah.
That is great. When he pretends to be, you are healed now. He smacks that guy in the head.
Then we got, let's see here.
Oh, great.
He had Harley Davidson motorcycles.
Yeah. No shit. You've got to run a Harley Davidson. Well, my daddy screwed Mr. Davison out of his hair. Now I'm the owner.
Yeah,
it's great. That is a great one.
Let's see here. I think I got a couple more here.
Yeah. With the second one, you can tell they went more into the whole disguises. They thought that was like the big part.
Well, that's what the whole trailer was too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking gantry.
I love how he introduces himself all the time. He's like, and your name is, my name is Rashim.
Billie Jean King.
He just Ted Nugent.
Yeah.
Oh, those are great.
Yeah, somebody sent those to me with a bunch of other theater stuff. It was really cool.
That's cool. Cool.
Stuff like this here I got too. He sent me Wayne's World drumsticks.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Sometimes I get some cool stuff. Yeah.
You get some cool stuff, yeah. But no, they're fun, great. Like I said, the second one you clearly thought you could see, like, hey, remember when you used to do all the disguises in the first movie, which they actually are few and far between in the first movie. Let's do them all, a bunch of them in the second movie. Yeah, it's all ball bearings nowadays. Yeah, when he's on the plane and he's trying to fix the plane.
It's all ball bearings nowadays.
Don't you guys know? Let's get the man. I'm gonna be right back. He's great. It's just like the way he bullshits himself. It's just like Chevy Chase, perfect. And like you said, it is very much in the vein of Beverly Hills Cop and everything.
That's what he wanted. That was the whole motivation behind it.
Yeah. Now, I do wish they maybe would have made a third one. I know they made one that I have not seen with Fletch Confess with what's his name. I don't think I've heard much about that, so I don't know if it's any good or not.
I heard it's pretty good, actually.
Is it? I wanted to see it, and I was going to get it before the show.
It's
but I
not
didn't have
the same. Like, you got to understand, it's more based on the novels, I guess.
Yeah.
Even though I think it's an original story, it's closer to that Fletch than it is Chevy Chase's Fletch. Because Chevy wanted, after Beverly Hills Cop, he's like, I want one of those.
Yeah.
And so they said, oh well, there's this Fletch thing, and they made it work for him. And that's why I got Harold Faltermeyer doing the soundtrack, and
it's got a great sound score. And they don't use his tune in the second movie very much. The Fletch music, they use it a little bit.
Harold did the music. I do have the soundtrack, which is sad.
He does.
That's the one that actually got a full-fledged soundtrack released of the score. The first movie, all they have is a soundtrack that has like 6 tracks and then like 4 tracks from Harold Faltermeyer, which are okay, but it's like I'd rather have. You're right. The first movie has the better score. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Yeah, but no, you can tell. Like even when you watch interviews, you can tell that it was like they licensed the Fletch novels for Chevy Chase, and they changed a lot of who Fletch was for the movie, so Chevy Chase could play into it the way he wanted to.
More of a cop and not so much a reporter. Yeah.
Yeah. So it
feels like he's like a cop more of the time than he's a reporter.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
So he can kind of get himself which it works better as a reporter than it does as a cop, because I mean Eddie does it just because he's not a local cop, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, it works in a sense to where it plays into it, but you know the whole like plots and stuff that are going into the intertwining, and then somebody's trying to kill him in the second one and all that shit, you know.
Yeah. But because I do remember when I was younger, I remember liking Fletch Lives and thinking, yeah, that's good. And when I watched it this time around, this time it's all right, but it does feel like a downgrade, especially after watching.
Was that 89 that came out?
Let me check.
Or 88?
89.
Yeah, I say that's one of the movies that came out in 89 that was a sequel that flopped.
Yeah. Which I just covered that in my video, my latest video I did, which I know I haven't put a video up this week, but the kids are off school and it's harder to do videos at the moment. But I'm going to get some in. I'm going to get some done, guys, to everybody watching. Everybody, I'm gonna get some
Ron, have you not heard the Kevin Smith story? Kevin has told that a few times now. No, Universal had the rights at that time, and I believe Miramax ended up buying them eventually, but not for Kevin. Or maybe it was because of Kevin. I don't know. Regardless, point being, Universal had the rights. This was right after Mallrats, and the movie hadn't come out yet. And they had loved it, though, in the offices. So they said, Kevin, what do you want to work on next? Is there anything in the Universal pantheon that you were interested in? Because they loved that he did the Jaws bit and a bunch of other stuff in there, so they knew he was a film. So like anything you want, any of the IPs that we have. And he goes, you know what? You actually have the IP that I'm really a big fan of. And he said, that's Fletch. And they're like, oh, Fletch. Okay. So what's your take? Who do you see as Fletch? And he's like, well, Chevy Chase, of course. And they're like, oh, well, we're not in the Chevy Chase movie business anymore.
Yeah.
And he's like, what do you mean? He's Chevy fucking Chase. He's a star. He's like, no. So this was like 95. So you guys got to remember, this is when Chevy was on the outs.
Yeah.
And Kevin quickly learned through his, so he badgered him enough to where they're like, fine, if he'll do it and he's going to behave, then fine. And he didn't quite get what they meant by behave until he met him. And Chevy Chase, I guess, was just a complete and utter jerk, full of himself, claiming he was the guy who came up with all the ideas for everything on Saturday Night Live and Caddyshack and all that shit, and just being a complete tool, I guess. And so Kevin, just the same though, was like, look, I want to do this movie and I want to go to bat for you. All they want me to do is, will you do it for this much and will you promise to behave? And I guess he said yes. So Kevin went back to the studio and said, well, this is a situation and here you go and blah, blah, blah. And they're kind of still waffling on the idea, I guess. And of course, then Mallrats came out.
Yeah.
Well, and that flopped. So then the talks kind of went away. Well, then Chevy went around and was blaming Kevin for it on all this shit. And he was like making up stories and all this other crap to the press about it and stuff like that. So that really pissed Kevin off. Because then when I think Weinstein bought the rights when they came up in Turnaround, and I thought for sure he was going to do it with either Jason Lee or Ryan Reynolds at that time.
Yeah.
Because there was talks, and he was actually on a show with Ryan Reynolds right after Dogma had come out, or right during Dogma's release. Because they had even talked about, they asked if they were going to ever work together. And he's like, I don't know, we'd love to. I just worked with his I think they were married, right? Him and Alanis Morissette at the time.
I think they were engaged.
They were either engaged or married or were at least very steady. Because I thought that they said, well, you just worked with his girlfriend or wife or whatever.
Yeah.
Or I just worked with your girlfriend or wife, in Dogma. I would love to work with you. He's like, yeah, we met on the set, I think, or something like that. And so the interviewee's like, wow, would you guys ever do a work together? And he goes, well, I don't know. There's maybe something I could come up with Ryan. And he kind of hinted at like, I've been kind of circling around this Fletch idea. I think Ryan might make a great Fletch. And I'm like, yes, perfect. Yeah. Oh my God, that is brilliant. Especially considering Kevin was going to do Fletch year 1.
Right. Yeah.
Which for those who don't know is a young Fletch. Right. So that would be, so even if you wanted to like pretend the idea that this is eventually going to be the Chevy Chase Fletch, Ryan Reynolds was already being called the new Chevy Chase at that time.
Yeah, he was perfect at that time.
He had that thing that Chevy Chase had when he was younger that people liked. He had that snappy panache, and he had the ability to do some of the more wackier, kind of klutzier humor, although he wasn't quite as physical as Chevy was. I think he could have pulled off Fletch easily. I think it would have been right up his alley.
Definitely.
Even Jason Lee wouldn't have been a bad Fletch. I just thought for sure like that would have been, because he always hinted at Jason Lee or maybe Ben Affleck. Otherwise was after that his choices. But Ben had went into the huge stardom, so like that was less likely. And at that time, he wanted Ben Affleck for everything.
Yeah, he did. And I don't think Ben Affleck would have been a good Fletch, though.
He even said at one point, if I could recast Jaws, I just put Ben Affleck in everything. Even have him play the fucking shark.
But I did. If you, I wouldn't recommend him the Rook because he thought Beverly Hills Cop was mid. But
yeah, I don't know. Runner might like him though.
Runner might like him. But the first Fletch is great.
Rook, have you ever seen Caddyshack?
I know I've seen some of it, but I haven't like given it an honest watch through.
I was gonna say it's basically like if Chevy Chase's character from Caddyshack was also a reporter.
Okay,
that's really what it is. Yeah, it's that character, but he's a reporter.
Okay,
because the three best roles he's ever played, of course, were Ty Webb, which, like I said, is basically Fletch as a rich boy, and then you have Fletch, which is Ty Webb as a reporter, but then you have, of course, Clark Griswold, which is completely 180 from everything else Chevy ever played, and that's probably why it's his best role ever.
Yeah,
and it's probably the farthest from what he's like in real life.
Yeah. The good old family dad. This is funny. It says Brandon Brad said Snowdub's dog bit Chevy Chase when he took a pic with him on the Lampoon Vacation Crew.
Oh no!
when they took a picture together. But yeah, I know Brian Barth was asking what happened to Chevy Chase in the 90s. That's what happened to Chevy Chase.
I've heard he's humbled a bit. I mean, he got his second chance with what was it, Community? That's the name of the show.
Yeah.
And then he kind of fucked that up. So now he's been doing the whole like fan circuit thing. And I think he's humbled a little bit from what it sounds like. But we'll see. I mean, he's not a pale comparison of what he used to be.
Yeah.
There's just too many stories of his dickery that you get to a point where you can tell he let the stardom go to his head.
Yeah. I mean, because like he was like the breakout star of Saturday Night Live at one point, and he only was on there for the first year, and he got started doing movies right after that. I think it just went to him real quick.
Well, and the thing is, he didn't have a hit right away. He didn't have a hit for a while.
Yeah.
Like he did that, Oh Heavenly Dog, and he did a couple other ones like Foul Play and a few other things right off that. It just didn't work for him. Or if it wasn't Foul Play, it was the other one he did with Goldie. I can't remember which one.
Oh yeah,
and he just didn't quite. I want to say that Caddyshack was his first real hit out the door. Finally, after all those years, I'm trying to remember if he had one before that. I don't think he really did. And the funny thing is, of course, he had Bill Murray in that with him too, and they weren't sure how those two were going to interact
because they didn't like each other.
Because they didn't like each other, and the last time they saw each other, they got into a fist fight.
Yeah.
And Bill Murray punched Chevy Chase when he hosted Saturday Night Live.
I
guess that's a common story. A lot of people have tried to punch Chevy Chase.
Which is a shame because he was really, really good in the beginning. He really was. And
Fletch, he's good, but it's just sad because as a person, he let that get to his head.
Yeah, he just let that.
Because there was a hot minute there where we're talking right now in that era between National Lampoon's Vacation and Fletch Lives, where Chevy Chase was probably the hottest white male comedy star besides Eddie Murphy being, you know,
Eddie Murphy,
because he's Eddie Murphy, you know, he kept him at bay, kept him at bay. And Bill Murray was the other one that bugged him too because of Ghostbusters, right? Like, so those two guys really kicked his ass in the 80s, even though you think of the 80s, you think of Chevy Chase.
Yeah.
Right.
You think of Chevy Chase and all them like that. Yeah. But no, because he had great movies. But I did like the Fletch movies.
Fucked himself. He could have still been doing all sorts of shit, but he fucked himself. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's true. He just had that attitude about him. But no, guys, if you guys want to pick up the new Fletch movies, they're actually pretty cheap. So you can go ahead and get them from Kino Lorber. They did a decent job on these. At least the first one looks great. The second one looks fine. But yeah.
Well, at least they added to the second one to give you a reason to pick it up.
Some special features and stuff. Yeah.
So I'll give them that. I mean, like I said, I don't know if I can really shit on Kino. Sometimes they do release some stinkers, but 9 times out of 10, I'm sure it's just what they get.
Yeah.
And then at least when they do these re-releases like this and stuff, they go out of their way to at least make them worth it. And they don't overprice the bastards like Shout Factory or Shit Factory does.
Yep. Matter of fact, I think you can get these for like $16.99.
If Shit Factory released these, they'd be a Shit Select and they'd be $29.99.
Right? There's absolutely no reason that Dracula 2000 should be $30.
Fuck that stupid goddamn movie.
Right?
And I know somebody who worked on it.
I mean, I think I like the movie, but it's a shit movie. It's a shit movie.
That great.
It's not that great. I just think it's a fun watch because of how bad it is.
Honestly, I think it's one of those movies in that period that probably had a better soundtrack than the movie is.
Yeah. Because it's got like the Virgin Atlantic stuff and everything. It's got a great soundtrack. But no, that movie should not be $30. That should be like $16 at most.
And that's one of the biggest things about Shout Factory is, their prices are insane.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm gotten to the point where I'm going to quit. Look, I'm going to quit buying their shit right away, guys. Just because I'll just wait for their shit to go on sale from now on. Fuck this.
Yeah.
Because usually Amazon follows suit anyway when they do go on sale.
Yep.
So fuck them. And honestly, like, yes, I did find a way to get the RoboCop, and I should have the UHF one eventually too. Those are probably, hopefully, the last 2 big box sets I buy, except for maybe RoboCop 3. I'm sure they'll dip me for that one too.
Yeah.
But after that, I don't know.
Yeah.
They've been losing a lot of their licenses, so we'll see.
Yeah. I mean,
that's one we forgot. Holy shit. This is a weird one. Criterion is doing a 4K release of Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, really? Are you sure?
Yeah. Kino's already got one out there, but I know some people were complaining about what happened to that release. And that, of course, I believe is on MGM's head at that time. But now MGM, here's the thing that's funny, though. Ever since Amazon bought MGM, I don't know if anybody else noticed, I'd swear that their scans have gotten better.
Interesting.
I'm trying to remember what was one I just watched recently that they really... What was it? I know I would have talked about it in the last couple of weeks. It probably would have been a Kino release. Well, I know we just did Killer Clowns.
Yeah.
We know that's an older scan. So yeah, maybe from here on out we'll be getting some better scans on MGM though, was my point. Because I know we're also getting Invasion USA was the other one we forgot to mention too.
Yeah, from Vinegar Syndrome Invasion.
Yeah,
USA,
and I'm sure that one's gonna look great. Yeah, me too.
I ordered that. Which speaking of, like, you brought up Silence of the Lambs, some people were speculating on this because of course this will come out after the show, but Arrow new titles being announced Friday by Arrow.
Oh snap! I'm sorry, it was not Arrow. Arrow's doing Silence of the Lambs. That's who it is.
Yeah, they
I wonder if it's a UK. That might be one of their UK titles. That's why.
The Arrow hasn't announced it yet, so at the moment it's rumored. Because Friday, you'll know they posted.
Yeah, so it wasn't Criterion. Sorry, I misreported it. It was Arrow is the rumor that's going to be doing Sounds of the Lambs, and it probably makes sense because that'd probably be a UK version of it. I'd imagine. Just Kino, because I think Kino's US only, aren't they?
I think Kino's US
even
only.
though most of their shit's probably region free, but
yeah, I believe they are for the most part.
Random Brad, they need new scans though. All those scans are old, and I don't know if they're from the negative.
Yeah.
I've had some debates with people on that, and I'm not even a Bond fan, so this is just me looking at it. And I got the set that's the 4K set on digital, and I'm not so sure. I think either those are newer 2K scans that they upconverted, or they are such old 4K scans from an interpositive and not the negative. I could be wrong. They need to be redone though. They are old, very old.
I know people have been saying that about it, which is funny. And hey, what's pretty cool is good friend of the channel and my friend, the Canon Film Guide, is doing a comment. I didn't even know you were gone. The Canon Film Guide.
There's a DM group for that.
Austin Chernick is doing commentary on.
I saw that.
Yeah, and he's also worked on something with Navy SEALs too for Vinegar Syndrome. I'm hoping to have him.
He doing?
Navy SEALs and Invasion USA.
Oh yeah, Navy SEALs was one I saw. He did. I didn't know he's doing, but I'm not surprised he's doing one. That's really cool. I'm glad that Vinegar Syndrome reached out to him. Cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping to have him on the channel soon again to talk a little bit about what he can talk about.
Yeah, I've streamed with him a few times over on the Canon Film Club.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah.
Well, I helped put him in touch with those guys through you. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. But yeah, see you, Random Brad. Fletch, $16.59, and so it's Fletch Lives. There you go. Great prices.
So when they go on sale, they'll be even cheaper.
Yeah, you get them even cheaper when they have a big Kino sale and everything, and be
Kino
like $9.99.
don't usually go out of print so quickly.
No, but I'm still pissed that I missed out on the Kolchak movies. But yeah, there you guys go.
Already?
Yeah, the Kolchak movies are out of print from Kino.
Oh damn.
Yeah, not the series though. The series is still good on Blu-ray. So.
Well, I'm still hoping. I'm like been hovering around. Roland Emmerich movie. Not First Contact. Is that what it's called? What's it called?
Roland Emmerich.
Making Contact. Oh,
I'm not sure if I know this one.
You might know it once you see the cover. Let me see here. Making Contact. Making Contact. I've been looking at this movie for a while. Kino released it a while back, but it went out of print, and so it's been going for higher prices. And I'm just waiting to. I don't want to get it and then have them re-release it on me.
I looked at the cover. Yeah, I know that.
It's one of Roland Emmerich's earlier films. Yeah. You can share it if you want, just so they know what I'm talking about out there. If you want to.
Okay, there.
Yeah, that's the one I want.
That cover looks very familiar to me.
Yeah, so before he did Independence Day and all that shit, he did this movie. It's one I've been wanting for a while, and I didn't even know it got released on Blu-ray till it was already out of print.
Yeah.
So this was after I discovered Kino Lorber, unfortunately. And it came out on theirs came out in 2017, so I'm hoping, being that this is like that many years now, that they might release it soon. So I've been kind of holding off.
Yeah, you never know. They've been known to do that. You've seen where they re-release on better bitrate Blu-rays and everything. So
that's what I mean. That, or they might even jump up to a 4K or something this time out.
Yeah.
Who knows? That would be my luck. I'll end up spending $50-$60 on the bastard.
Do it so we can all get it, because we're getting repossessed now.
Sacrifice it for you guys. Jesus Christ.
But we have I know Run and Rook, you guys are probably tired of hearing us talk about the
we're chatting back and forth.
I literally left for like 30 minutes because a friend of mine called me and you guys are still talking.
I was like, it's still on the same pick, man.
That's very possible, Primarch Vulcan.
What the fuck?
We have a $9.99 super chat from Primarch Vargas. Says, "Hey Tom, a while back I tagged you on Twitter in a post about Jason the Argonauts being shown in 4K at a film festival. Does that mean we may be getting an actual 4K release? Possible. Usually when they do that, it's very, very, very possible. And I thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Super chat, Primarch Vulcan. I appreciate that. Dude, thank you.
I was worried as piss. I was calling my friend for so fucking long, and I was muted the whole time, right? And I was like, "Oh shit, they're probably going through everyone right now. They probably skipped me."
No, I was like, "No, you're on the side." I was like, "You awake?" He's on the same. It's still on the same pick.
And then Rookie DMs me saying, "Oh, are you awake?" I'm like, "Oh shit, they're worried about me."
Didn't even know you were gone.
So that's why I jumped in. I'm like, "I'm okay. I'm here. I'm fine." and I'm like, and then Rookie's like, "Oh, they're still on the same fucking pick." I'm like, "What?" Like, what the fuck?
It happens.
And these these fucking two right here, not Rook, Tom and Greg, they give me shit for getting their fucking episodes to 3 hours. It's not always my fault.
But we were talking about good stuff.
I mean, I could have gone way longer on Breaking Bad.
But good night, Brian Bart. Thanks for hanging with us.
I'm on
he'll have to
now,
catch up
so.
on the Gremlins 2 take later.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brian.
Okay, how many picks does everyone have?
I have one left.
You have
Tom's
one?
done.
What about
Tom's
you?
done. I have
what about
one.
you, Rook?
I had to, but I'm
So
just
I'm
gonna
doing
make
this
it
for
one.
you guys, basically. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because
I'll just make it one instead of two for me. Let's do the one.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it one.
That's
Well, it better be Gremlins 2, goddammit.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go. Let's go to Runner, get his pick out of the way. We'll get to Rook's
okay, because
roast once he's done.
I watched. I had a big Mad Max kick lately.
Nice.
Mad Max.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Because I watched a movie late last night in the movie theater. And to quote a Morton
Did you
Joe,
witness her?
And to quote a Morton Joe in Fury Road, mediocre.
Funny, because that was my reaction to Fury Road.
No, me too. But we'll get to that. Because I rewatched all of them, even the fake Mad Max movies.
How many Mad Max movies are there?
3.
Yeah, technically.
Which ones are the
fake?
That's all you need.
Yeah. There's 3. The first 2 are the best. But there's 3 real Mad Max movies that actually star Mad Max as the protagonist.
I have a soft spot for 3, yeah.
Thunderdome.
No, 3's fine. It's the weakest of the Mad Max movies.
I have a theory about 3 because everybody hates 3 except for our generation, Greg. And you want to know why that is?
Why?
Because that's the one we probably saw first. Because that was the PG-13 one on HBO all the goddamn time.
Yeah, that's the one you always see.
There's
plus the Tina Turner video, yeah.
Yeah, that and the Tina Turner and also the Tupac video where they do the Thunderdome.
True.
What's that? Yeah, because that's how I had no problem with Thunderdome. It's like I saw Thunderdome and it's a Tina Turner song. That song, it was everywhere. So
no, Thunderdome's fine. It's got some cool shit in it. It's just compared to the first 2, the first 2 are much better. I'll rewatch those more than 3, but it's so fucking funny because another friend of mine from college sent me a text because we had a whole argument about Fury Road because he really loves it, of like other people do, and I'm just it's not a real Mad.
It's not.
It's not a Mad Max movie.
I've seen somebody put together a theory saying that's not even Max in that movie, that it's the kid from part 2.
Oh.
And that's why he doesn't talk. That he's the wild child from part 2.
And is it because if I don't know if Greg, you don't use Letterboxd, but
no.
I wrote a review for Fury Road, and I just go through everything on why it doesn't work as a Mad Max movie. I'm in my review, I'm specifically, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna piss so many fucking people off with this review. But I'm like, I agree with most people. It's visually, it's amazing. Cinematography is great. The action's cool, like in the other Mad Max movies, and the score is really good by Junkie XL. I actually like the score, and then I went down. And I'm like, the biggest problem I have is it doesn't work as a Mad Max movie. And I go through the list of reasons why, and Tom would very much agree with me because he's been saying this shit lately with all the fights he's been having on. He's been having fights and all that shit on Twitter and all that. And I tried to tell my friend, I'm like, dude, watch the original Mad Max movies. And he texted me saying he's watching the first one right now, and he's like, it's got a really good start. I'm like, you see.
I know people. I know there are people like Mad Max Fury Road, and that's fine. That's fine. But I thought it was boring. I didn't like it, and it's
My
not
whole thing is the cognitive dissonance. That's what bothers me.
right.
It's the idea that I'm wrong, that it can't possibly be woke because it's good. It's like both things can be true.
Yeah.
Yeah. It could be good and woke. It needs to be bad
it's
and
just,
woke. Whatever.
It's
All
not.
stuff.
I don't
Mixtures.
I don't personally think it's the worst of those kinds of movies, and I don't use the word.
And that's what I gripe about too. Is if it wasn't a Mad Max movie, if George Miller had just made Furiosa, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Oh no, absolutely.
Yeah.
And like, what is it like? Also, like, I'll say this, like, in my opinion, this might be really weird, but having seen Furiosa, it is both better and worse than Fury Road for different reasons. For one, the CGI is fucking terrible. Like the stuff that you clearly could tell is CGI. Like in Fury Road, it's like there's a lot of practical shit in it, which is cool. And it's so fucking weird because like they show certain clips in like the end credits in Furiosa, and I'm like, my God, like as much as I don't like Fury Road, like that it looks so much better in comparison. Like the visuals and all that, because I don't know, like the practical shit in Furiosa is noticeable, but there's a fuck ton of CGI and shit, and that's why the budget is as big as it is and why it's bombing. One of many reasons why it's bombing. And just the fact that Mad Max isn't in the well, okay, spoiler alert, Mad Max makes a cameo in one shot, and he's just eating dog food, watching shit happening in the wasteland. It's like,
is it who's playing Mad Max? And I thought it's
you don't see the actor's face.
Oh, it's just like you see his car or something, or his shoulder.
You see his car. You see that first.
Super fucking gay.
What?
That's new.
I thought your phone went off or something. That's why you turned it
That's
off.
fucking gay.
No, you know that shot in the, that first shot of him standing by the car looking out in the first shot of Fury Road. There, like, it's very similar, except it's like more of a wider shot and you don't see the actor's face at all. So like no fucking way they got Tom Hardy or whoever that big of a name to like play a brief part in just one shot.
It's Tom Hardy stuntman, apparently.
Well, that makes
I've
sense.
actually heard Chris Hemsworth's character is actually the best.
Oh yeah, he is the best part, but I don't know. I didn't get the hype.
He's a feminist in his own right.
I know he's
Hemsworth. I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
Watch
about
our
that.
video today.
Oh wow.
He put his wife in the fucking movie twice.
Oh, I saw that. But like it's weird because like his wife is like, because you know how like people say like you see like young Furiosa with like the mom getting killed and all that. That's my other problem with the movie is like there's no stakes because you know what's gonna happen, right? Like the mom dies because they say it in Fury Road.
That's the problem with prequels.
Yeah,
I know.
That was my other issue. Is I'm sitting here going, there was nothing I don't think I wasn't told in Fury Road about Furiosa that I think I need to learn.
No,
I think it's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
No, it's cut and dry. I mean, okay, the one like, what is it?
She hates men and she wants to go home.
No, but like for example,
so
like
she's like every woman at a lesbian rally.
And they explain why, like the whole like they show a part of the reason why she gets the buzz cut that she does is to make a fake wig in order to escape.
She makes a wig out of her own hair.
I'm gonna play the fucking button again.
Yeah.
What? Hold on. Just say that sentence. She makes a wig out of her own hair. What?
Why?
That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make sense.
That sentence doesn't sound like that makes
For
sense.
somebody else, I'm assuming.
What?
No.
Did she trade hair with somebody else?
What the fuck?
You needed to trade it for somebody else's hair? Like,
no, okay, I'm not explaining this right.
You got to explain this because
does
you
she
just fucked that up.
Does she shave her legs and her cooch and then put that on her head?
No.
Like, I don't know what else.
Okay, let him explain. Jeez.
Okay, I'm gonna explain. She cuts her own hair with a razor, right? And she uses it to glue it on like a thing to like make a wig off of it. It's so because like one of Joe's like sons.
But who is the wig for?
Glues a thing to make
the wig is for her to escape. So here's what happens. It's like, you know how you like grab someone's hair in order to like.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
So her hair pops out and she just runs.
Well, and she just knew that's what they were going to do is grab her by the hair. So what if he grabbed her by the arm?
Wait, so
they didn't think to grab her by the arm.
She cut her hair so she could have decoy hair.
She loses her arm at one point. You want to know how she loses her arm to get that robotic bullshit? She's driving and shit, and and all that, and like her arm gets caught on the door and it bleeds and shit. And then she gets captured by Hemsworth's character, and then she finds a way to cut the arm off and it's just hanging there. And then she goes back to the
if she just got a little cut.
She has a knife on her?
Well, no, she got a cut, but it's like bleeding as shit, and then like she finds a way to cut it off to escape from
and that's going to somehow stop the bleeding?
Well, no, she ends up stopping the bleeding at one point and then picks off a robot hand out of nowhere.
Wait, is this before or after she does the wig? I'm so lost now.
I don't understand this shit.
And people say Beyond Thunderdome is not the best Mad Max movie.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Technically, that's not a Mad Max movie. So,
okay.
Furiosa.
You know what's funny as shit? Like the phone call that I just had during like that I had recently with a friend of mine. Like he had seen the movie too, and he asked me like if I remembered certain shit. I'm like, no, I don't remember this or that. He's like, what? You don't remember that? Like, no, like I didn't care about some of this shit. So there's some shit that I just do not remember in this movie because I just don't fucking care. It's like some of the shit that I expected to happen happened because they go to certain details about it in Fury Road, having rewatched that the day before.
I see no reason for a prequel starring Furiosa. It's pointless.
It's very pointless.
Is there anything about her character that makes it like, wow, this is like now it's better to watch Fury Road now and I can more information now or something.
It's fucking no. It's dumb.
No.
To me, like prequels can be good if they don't focus on trying to like have stakes, like you guys said. Like there has to be a different purpose for a prequel, really. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of pointless, like you guys are saying.
I mean, I don't care. It's like, yeah, like deleted scene says, Mel Gibson, 90-minute runtime, no CGI. It shouldn't be that fucking hard, and just make an old man Mad Max. And I thought about this just recently after watching like Furiosa and shit. It's like, you know how everyone wants an old man Mad Max with Mel Gibson and shit? It's like, yeah, like, duh. Like,
I mean, that's what people want.
I'd rather have someone like me who has like some screenwriting experience to work on a script and then maybe get some fan of the original movies that's like an Australian, so you can get that whole perspective out of it. And George Miller should not touch the script at all. I'd be okay with him directing it to a point just because of the action. He still has that down, but don't let the guy write. Like he needs a break from that. And get Mel back. Like that would make and make it 90 minutes, and it would make so much fucking money. No CGI. You could fucking do it.
You think so, but yeah.
You know what? If fucking
Mad Max,
David fucking Zaslav wants to make money like he says he does, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm just giving him ideas because I don't know.
It's like if she was bald, they'd still have a hard time grabbing her head.
See,
if they were trying to grab her.
That's like with Rook. He's still playing that out in his head.
It out yet.
I'm just trying to think of like why would she like this is like my plan.
Stupid.
No, it's dumb because like Tom said, you could have just grabbed her by the arm and
she's taking that whole plan is predicated on your guaranteed. Did they set it up at least that he always grabs him by the hair or something like that? At least, I guess.
Not that I remember.
Well, that's what I'm trying to think of. Like if a genius in a movie is going up with a plan.
There's something I hate more than anything in a movie is when they turn around and have a bit where it is completely predicated on another character doing something that could easily go 100 different directions. I hate that.
It just does the exact thing. Like, I did this move. And,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you're like, it just so happened that the 1 in 20,000 chance that they fucking did the one thing you wanted to do.
Like in Rise of Skywalker, he like puts the
chance.
lightsaber behind his back, and then they just wait, and then they hit him on his back. He's like, it worked. Like, like my strategy worked by putting it behind me. Like that's what this sounds.
Well, there's
like.
other plots in other movies that I can think of.
He grabbed my wig.
Especially when they do these. Especially when they do these like convoluted plots where they all of a sudden show you at the end how everything came together, and you're just like, wait a minute here. Like if that person wouldn't have arrested that guy, this never would have worked. Or if that guy wouldn't have went the other way, this never would have worked.
It's like if that it's intended on this to happen exactly like that, really.
Or when it's predicated on something that has no way of happening in any other way, shape, or form. You're just guessing and hoping it might happen. Yeah. Right, for the character in the film. And you're just like, you go back and you play it in your brain and you're just like, that totally wouldn't have worked any other way.
I kind of preferred if like they have the plan and it mostly works, but things happen that put a hiccup in it that they did deal with. But you realize later, oh, well, part of this was planned or something.
Well, that was my point, is if every time he grabbed him, it was by the hair. Okay, and then you set it up like 2-3 times that you see that. So then she has a reason to do that. Unless there's a reason that he's ever done it to her at least once or twice in the movie before, it makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Ron said he does try to run his fingers through her hair in an earlier scene and she runs away.
That's not enough.
I mean, it sounds like she like if so. Let's say that he did grab somewhere else though, as she attempts to run or something. Like, well, okay. Even when you tell me that she has her wig thing, so he grabbed the hair. What's stopping anybody from catching her still? Like, I guess I'm still like,
that's what I mean.
Okay,
yeah,
so part one is okay. You can sort of have a split second to get away, but that's like part one of your plan. So what else happens is that your only part of the plan, really? Or is there like anything else? Because it sounds like you'd still be really effed by she tries to run away 2 seconds.
We know
later,
she got away.
Like,
so this whole thing is,
I don't know. It's just
stupid.
To me just seems.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right
like,
too. Like
when you meet her in Fury Road, she's already.
It would have made more sense, and this is why we know he wouldn't have done this. It would have made more sense if he'd have made a Furiosa movie first, and then introduced her in Fury Road, and then we realized, oh, okay, they cross over, or just like kind of sold the idea that they kind of were in the same universe.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I mean,
it wouldn't have worked that way.
If the stakes were about other characters while Furiosa is doing stuff, then it's not so much about her being in danger. It's about what she's experiencing. I would think that would be what we're witnessing rather than the danger of her that we know she's going to be okay and we know what happened. So
it's like, if they would have just made a Furiosa movie first and then said, oh, this is like a Mad Max movie. And then at the end, it's like, oh, this is set in the Mad Max world.
Yeah, exactly.
And
they would have done
the next movie, you do Mad Max with Mel Gibson, and it might have been better that way. So
no, I'm just curious, would it have done any better?
Well, yeah, because you wouldn't have
it still sounds silly though, like the hair thing and like a lot of the plots.
But people would be going to see the movie based on Furiosa, not the fact that it's set in Mad Max or that you're thinking you're going to see Mad Max. Because I guarantee you, some people probably thought they were going to see Mad Max in Furiosa. You just said you make this movie about this woman called
So-
Furiosa.
So you're saying George Miller should have pulled a M. Night Shyamalan with Split,
Yes.
where
Yes. Because
Yeah.
now there's people out there bitching that we're not going to get Mad Max Destructor or Destroyer, whatever the fuck it's called.
Wasteland.
Destructed.
Wasteland, that's what it is. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm like, I don't want that because it's supposed to be a midquel anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also like another problem, and I think Tom could like back me up here, is like and Tom's made this point too, and I have as well when I've like had arguments with my friends. I'm like, the whole thing with fuel and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know how in the most
But it's in a video game, runner.
What?
Listen, I've heard that argument too recently because I watched some of your streams and shit, and I'm just like, I didn't know there was a video game
Because
And
it
so-
isn't actually like, I guess, canon with the movies, but people are trying to say it is.
It's not canon, but people are saying okay, because I'll be honest, the idea of a Mad Max video game sounds cool, but like it's a video game. Like it'd be great if you could like you would have the video game version, but also have that explained in the movies too. But most people are gonna, dedicate more toward the movies because that's where it comes from,
Mm.
People often don't know how to mesh video game stuff with film. Sometimes they do it well, but it's
Yeah.
definitely rare.
No,
that they
that's
mix the
true.
two.
But I'm saying like out of spite, like a Mad Max video game would be pretty cool, just as an idea. Like that could work. Like for fun, that would be cool.
Yeah, Tom Hardy was not any reason
Yeah,
to say anything.
he was not very good.
And it still doesn't make any sense, even if it is in the video game, because if that's the case, then why are they still needing fuel by the time
Yeah, and
you get to Thunderdome? And this whole revisionist history from George Miller of, oh, it's not necessarily the same guy in every movie. It's like the man with no name. It's like bullshit. Why does he have the same limp?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what the
His
fuck?
injuries carry over from each movie.
Why is
His
he Mel
injuries
Gibson?
and shit.
And doesn't he have
Yeah.
the same like coat technically?
Yeah, he wears all the same coat, same car, shit like that.
I know he
Just
killed the last
everything.
guy. He killed the last Mad Max. There
Bullshit.
you go.
That was his excuse so they could recast him for Fury Road. That was all it was.
And I like Tom Hardy as an actor. Like I like a lot of the stuff I've seen him in, but like the way he portrays Max just isn't right. Like
Right.
it's not like
Because he's not Max. He's a hood
I
ornament
know,
for
I
half the-
know, but it's not recognizable is my point. And plus he's not Australian, he's British. That's the other problem.
Seriously, if they just put in Mel Gibson in a Mad Max movie,
Yeah, and like
it would have made
you-
money.
And
If
yeah,
the movie
you-
could have been just a mid movie, it would have made money.
No, seriously. And like and here's the thing, you could do an old man Mad Max where you could have followed the Top Gun Maverick template and let them like the original character from the first movie or the original movies just kick ass. Like Pete Mitchell. In Maverick, it's like he's clearly the best. And he's the best because you've seen it in the first movie. Mad Max or Max is the best because you've seen it in the first 3 movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it just makes sense. Like you expect him to be the best, and he is. And just to see him, like, my God, it'd be amazing. Kick ass, no CG, like all practical and shit. It would make so much
Have him
fucking
played by
money.
Harrison Ford.
No,
No.
no, that wouldn't work.
There would
I
be
am
a
Mad
lot of
Max.
hospital bills.
Max. I just want the gasoline.
I don't
So I
need the
can
car.
get the Millennium Falcon.
Wasn't I in this movie already on sand? That's a different movie. Okay.
I don't hate sand as much as that other guy.
What every goddamn movie I'm in. It's fucking sand.
Yeah.
As long as I get a paycheck.
Indiana Jones.
That's not how the gas works.
And yeah, that's the thing.
That's
Is like,
not how
yeah,
the road
all that shit may look cool, but it is not practical in a world that does not have gasoline.
Yeah, blow the fire off the car. That's usually
even a car like what Max has is almost like not. It's a fucking gas hog.
They need to make cars run on sand power.
Well, that's why in that by that point, most of the vehicles you're going to be using are going to be like motorcycles and four-wheelers and shit, stuff that takes very little fuel to use.
Yeah, that's funny you bring that up, because in that movie Turbo Kid they brought on, which is taking heavy inspiration from Mad Max, they just ride bikes.
And I love the argument that people are like, well, of course it doesn't make sense that it's the same Max because the world wouldn't go to hell that fast. Like, do you not remember a few years ago? The whole fucking country lost its goddamn mind, and a bunch of kids locked themselves up into a fucking thing called the Chaz, and within a matter of weeks, it was like fucking Road Warrior in there.
Yeah, it was.
Well, most apocalyptic stories is like something happened, and then a few weeks later, here's what the world's got.
Exactly, like it doesn't take long.
Usually
for
not
shit to
years
break down after systems break down. We lost our fucking minds over toilet paper. It was like fucking Thunderdome in Walmart.
They skip a few years when they want there to be like a whole lot of brand new established things, I guess. But
and the same thing coming along lately with like the Planet of the Apes thing. It's like, I don't know. Do you really think it would not take that long for shit to break down? We lose the internet tomorrow, the whole fucking world's going insane within a matter of hours.
We're gonna go into a different era immediately, pretty much.
Because nothing will work. Everybody will lose their fucking minds. And all the people who have no idea how to fucking survive, which are basically all these woke fucking folks, are going to turn around and try to ask for help from the non-woke fucks. And their answer is going to be click, click, get the fuck off my lawn.
Yeah, most people will die. The rest will kill each other, and there will only be a handful left, pretty much.
Exactly.
Running everything.
It would not be good.
Seriously,
I guarantee you within a matter of months, most women will be prostitutes or be owned by one single dude. It would be like fucking Mad Max world. It would not take very long for the system to break the fuck down.
9 months.
And they're like, oh, well, the government would never let that happen. Fuck you. They're going to hide.
The government would be the one doing it.
They'd just be like, peace out, bitches. We're going to some bunker somewhere.
Yeah.
They got their underground society.
That's the last time we see them.
Yeah.
Like, we can't attack all the people that survived now. They're all like prepared. Like shit. Yes.
I mean, we got shut down as a country and almost as an entire world for a few weeks, and look how shit got to a point there. Like, oh my God, do you really think that it wouldn't take long for us to get there?
That was like a gentle kiss.
Not only that, we're at a worse point now than if this would have happened 50, 60 years ago. Like, even if this would have, that's the other thing that bothers me. If you go off of a future that happened, because even Mad Max is supposed to take place in the distant future, right? Or nearly distant, semi-distant future. Even if you go by the standards of when that came out, there was more people alive then that actually knew how to do things like refine gasoline and shit than there is now.
When things were built to
because most people don't know how to do jack shit now.
Yeah, most that's all been like desert lost.
Things were built to last back then. Now things are built to be.
And if we lose everything on the internet, nobody's going to know how to fucking cook macaroni and cheese, let alone fucking refine gasoline at this point.
You would literally see people walking the street with a phone in their hand, tapping it, just tapping
it.
And
what do I do?
No phone, no signal, no internet. They'd just be walking there, tapping just down the street. It'd be.
It wouldn't last long either because we'd run out of. If we didn't have power, phones are only going to last for about 24 to 48 hours if you don't use them.
Until you go back to the early 1900s or something, just like boom.
Before that, even in some ways, if we lose power, we're fucked.
Well, we're built to rely on it, which is fucked up. It was why in schools I think it'd be cool to learn how to survive without.
Which
power.
I thought was why it was stupid. Why we were relying on all these grids and shit now that are being controlled by computers. Because if everything goes offline tomorrow, everything's done.
Well, when we've seen Jurassic Park, all it takes is a couple malfunctions and everything can go to shit in that type of scenario. So
it's chaos theory, man. Everything that will go wrong can go wrong, and at the worst possible time.
For us, it's a matter of time. Some of us may live past it, but it's all. It's a slow burn, maybe, of hell going by. So we're not feeling that we're boiling in the water or whatever, right? Like,
and back then, we were so on the brink of it all the time because all it was going to take was just a nuclear war. Right now, all it would take would be another outbreak. Or like I said, just some system to get shut down. And if like our infrastructure were to get hacked successfully or something like that, we'd be fucked.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like if they canceled all streaming
country within 2 weeks,
if they removed streaming services for a while, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would lose their minds.
Well, look at how people freak the fuck out if Facebook or X goes down.
You're right. What's going on? What's going on?
I can't talk to my friends.
I'd be pretty good if the streaming Facebook, X, and all that went down. I'd be pretty good. I'd be fine.
No, I would.
Maybe you should go out.
I would feel pretty good if X was down, honestly.
I would
too.
Like
that should be a plot of a movie.
Maybe I can actually go do something. Fuck.
Yeah, seriously.
I'll be honest.
I'm somebody who is never reliant on social media. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a place to like check. Okay, so somebody messaged me.
Now I am reliant on it and I hate it.
Yeah. The only social media, like personally, that I'm like reliant on is Instagram, but that's just for like making like connections and shit for like people I meet like at school.
What I use it for.
Yeah, like I don't use fucking because I'm like a film student and shit, but I don't use X or any of that shit as much. Like I'm barely active on X.
I use it for networking, sharing out the site, sharing stupid memes, and connecting with people I need to connect with.
No, that's literally. Literally, I'm not like, what, like none of us are like, Mark Hamill and shit where you like constantly have to be like political and all that, but that's a whole other topic.
Yeah. But let's go ahead and get to, because we've got 3 hours here. Let's get to Rookie here because I know some people are waiting.
Yeah.
We drug it out.
Yeah, we drug it out. So
yeah,
let's
we got Mad Max out of the way.
Let's hear your hot take.
Hold on. Actually, I got something better than that.
Everybody knows the awesome hot take I had that was Gremlins is dog shit. Now, I've watched the sequel, Gremlins 2. What do you think?
I have a clip ready to go just in case.
Okay. Now?
Go ahead. What's your thoughts on Gremlins 2?
Yeah, it's not as bad as the first one.
It's not as bad as the first one.
Did you?
I'll take it. Right. It's like I like Looney Tunes and stuff, so like having that approach to it like makes more sense for what the Gremlins seem to be, and so personality to it I thought worked better for them because like the goofy shit just makes more sense to me because like in the first one I was like, oh, it's trying to be a horror. I didn't really get that vibe, but okay. And so
the first one was a tongue-in-cheek comedy more so, but people didn't get it.
Right. But so this was the thing too. So today I had a little bit more time on my hands. So I watched Gremlins 2 earlier the week and was like, yeah, it's okay. There's some parts I laughed at. There's like the when the building, the Clamp building has the PA guy or whatever say some things. He says some funny stuff here and there.
Tonight on the Clap cable channel, it's Casablanca in full color with a happier ending.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I was trying to notice. I was like, hey, what was that? Like he'd say some random things in there, and I was like, that stuff's pretty.
My other favorite one is I can't remember the number, but he's like, your car is old and dirty and needs to be removed.
Yeah, pretty much everything that the PA thing said, I had to chuckle at.
Oh, it's that's
pretty good.
One of
the
funniest fucking movies ever goddamn made. What is wrong with you?
Gremlins 2. Gremlins 2
Did you see the Key and Peele skit?
Yes, I did. But let me say my opinion first, though, with some of the movies.
Sorry.
So Gremlins 2 had it had a feeling of. So when I say it has a RoboCop-ish feeling, I meant it's like a wacky
satire,
world sort of.
Yeah.
It's satire-ish on stuff, and it's kind of it's not the exact world we're in. These guys are trying to have high-tech things, but not everything is working properly. They're trying to go through a door, and it's all shit door. They're trying to do simple things half the time, but it's all overcomplicated, or it doesn't work because the technology doesn't work or whatever with this building. It's supposed to be a super high-tech advanced building, and it's like actually pretty dog shit, but everybody's got to put up with it in some way. And it's like, oh, it's really successful. We got to wait for that little China shop to go out so we can build the rest of it or something. And isn't that great? And it's like, oh, that's it doesn't work out for you guys because of what happens. It made a little more sense for the destruction and the terror of the Gremlins to be in this type of building. To me, that seemed to fit better for what you guys told me that they're.
I'm gonna blow your brain and say he did all the same things in the first movie. You just didn't notice it because it was more subtle. The building is all the inventions that Peltzer makes, his dad makes, right? Mm-hmm. The town is a set. So in this movie, the town is now an entire building instead, right? So it's all kind of the same shit, just amped up to 11,
right? Which is. So I liked some of these aspects. The Gremlins themselves, like I don't like the Gremlins. Like I just don't like, especially the googly-eyed dude. So much of it is just, so much of it is
they're
like
so much better in the second movie. The Gremlins are.
No, they're more tolerable in a way, but then sometimes some of them, some specific ones annoy me more. Like that, I'm like, oh, the super laugh. One, like God, I want to kill that thing. I'm just like, please.
I love Daffy.
Up. Like
I know he's great.
No, that one was the most annoying to me. Some of them, I thought it was interesting in a way that they had a spider gremlin and a bat one. I was like, you can make like some just using the gremlin design and then make some hybrid creature out of it. I thought that
we want is creature comforts, the regular stuff.
Yeah, and I didn't know that Christopher Lee was going to be in this. So there's a few people that I recognized in this that I was like, okay, shit.
I've got rabies.
I wish there was a lot more.
I'm supposed to get the flu next week.
I wish there was more Christopher Lee in the movie to react to them, like with his attitude as his character and as a scientist guy in there. I think that would have been a little bit more funny. I watched some of so I did more behind the scenes watch of this stuff too, and commentary a little bit. The directors, apparently Gremlins 2 entirely. You guys might have told me this, but I don't remember if you did. That like Gremlins 2 was literally, they didn't intend to make it at all. They had apparently no.
Joe Dante never wanted to make it,
and so they were just literally like, all right, you want us to? Well, let's just fuck around, I guess.
And that's because Warner
they were
Brothers
okay with it. Okay,
was going to make it without him.
Yeah,
and
so
they finally promised him as much money and the free reign to do whatever the fuck he wanted, and he's like, anything I want, and they're like, anything you want. And then basically that scene in Key and Peele,
is like representing that with you can just do this or that, just shut up, boy, and do all this googly eye stuff.
You got to spin it with a JJ.
Put a chicken in it.
It's in the movie.
Pretty much. We have one with electricity.
And that was more Rick Baker, actually, because Rick Baker's because originally Chris Wallace, who did the Gremlins for the first film, they wanted him back, but he couldn't because he was directing Fly 2.
Yep.
So he instead, Joe Dante went to Rick Baker, and Baker's like, I don't really want to do somebody else's design. He's like, I don't give a shit. Make it your own design. He's like, well, can I also make like some, more Gremlins with some more character to them and stuff like that? He's like, yeah, knock yourself out. So that's where we got all like the spider gremlin and all that kind of shit. That's all Rick Baker's stuff. And then I'm sure they sat around and came up with some goofy gremlins like they do in that thing, probably pretty similarly.
But I mean, I liked I know that they present it like it's stupid to have the like spider gremlin and a whatever thing, but it's like, I don't know. I thought that was, to have them be like creepy little creatures like that, to have them transform into hybrid ones because they're like in a science lab. Like I thought that made enough sense. Sure, it's this high tech place that keeps on trying to do all these things anyway, and then these little fuckers get in there and can.
I knew they'd be a problem. I told you if we get a couple of plastic surgeons in there.
I like people's reactions to the.
What's also funny is Clamp was meant to be a villain in the film, but they liked him so much.
Yeah, I liked a lot of the contrasts with some of the stuff, or just so like the redhead chick, I was going to say intern, but that's probably not right name
shit.
for
It's
job
Billy's
title,
boss,
but,
actually.
Yeah, with the cigarette all the time.
But she was oddly entertaining.
Marla.
She was oddly entertaining for me. I was like, okay, like this. They had a lot of character in the film that was interesting. Even the main boss guy, the secondary boss guy that gets made out with the chick one, whatever. The way they all interact, I thought was all right. I like how they made fun of the scene in the first one. Like the whole vibe of this film was like of making fun of itself, sort of things with its approach. But it also, you can tell that they put a lot of work into that too, like into the set and everything.
This movie had like triple the budget too. Sorry, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say he's for somebody who said it was all right. He's praising this one way more than he did.
I knew he'd like this one in a weird way. I knew he would because I knew he'd get it.
I had a feeling he'd like this one more too.
But now you got to rewatch the first one, knowing what I said. Now that the first one is just a low key version of this, because the first one isn't meant to be taken seriously either. That whole joke, or it's actually not a joke. It's a joke to the audience. It's a punchline, right? Like the whole story with the dad. I told you that. Like, that is Joe Dante's way of telling you it's okay to laugh at this shit. We're not being very serious. This is literally a Capra-esque town that has been taken over by the invasion of the body snatchers. That's what it is, right? Like, it's supposed to be this, like Christmas story kind of movie that's all of a sudden got these creatures that come in and just take it over. And then they literally take over the second film. Yeah, so it's like I said, it's everything the first movie's trying to say, just on like in your fucking face. Like, it's like, if you didn't get it the first time, I'm going to tell you exactly what I was trying to say with the first movie for all those motherfuckers out there who didn't get it. Because for those who don't remember, like, the first movie got killed by the critics. The fucking critics.
So that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask you guys.
Siskel and Ebert were like the only two critics that gave it a positive review. The second movie, though, the critics fucking loved, but nobody went to goddamn see.
Well, so yeah, I was going to ask about the reception at the time, because the way that Gremlins 2 was made, it felt like, well, because they literally are commenting on the first Gremlins film in the movie, and like having all the meta commentary about it the entire time, and the Hulk Hogan interruption and everything. Like, I was like, okay, so it sounds like people hated Gremlins at the time.
The critics, not the people.
Okay, what was the
and
comment?
People didn't go see the movie. That was the problem.
What did people say about what was the negative reviews of Gremlins at the time? What was the
original
Gremlins 1? It's funny because you asked that. It's in the movie. Leonard Maltin gives you his exact fucking review, word for word, in the movie. Like, I had his video book, and you open up his video book, and the review that he says in Gremlins is almost word for word what his review is. Gremlins is what did he say? Gremlins is a disgusting, disturbing story about gloppy little creatures who take over a little peaceful town on Christmas Eve. That is like his exact synopsis of the film in the old video. And then you look underneath it, and his Gremlins 2 is there. And Gremlins 2, he says, it's a much better film, blah, 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 and look out for the gratuitous cameo. Because he actually gave Gremlins 2 like 3.5 out of 4 stars. He gave the first one like 1 star. And Gremlins 2 got killed because it opened up against Dick Tracy and Another 48 Hours and Total Recall, and Back to the Future 3 was out for 4 weeks at that point.
Yeah.
So it had been just it opened up against way too much fucking competition. And arguably it's the better of half of those movies I mentioned, other than maybe Back to the Future and Total Recall. It's definitely better than Another 48 Hours. Dick Tracy is aged like a fine wine. But I mean, it opened up in a summer just chock full of shit. I mean, even Ninja Turtles was still playing at that point, right? Which had been out since spring. So I mean, that and Pretty Woman were dominating the theaters for months.
Yeah.
So you said Gremlins 2 did well on its?
No.
Or did that one
it did not. It fucking bombed. It lost Warner Brothers a shit ton of money. It only made $40 million, and the budget was like 60.
Well, so
it was one of the most expensive movies that Warner Brothers had made at that time.
So why would Warner Brothers have wanted them to make a sequel to the movie if you even said that? Like,
Gremlins 1 was a huge
Gremlins 1 is one of their most profitable movies of all time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anything that's
I think the problem was the timing of it. First of all, it was like 2-3 years too late.
Yeah, I think
like
you mentioned
it almost
that before,
yeah, because it came out in 1990 and the first film was 84. That is just a couple years too long. And I know it's weird because the next year after that, Terminator 2 comes out and is pretty much the same exact fucking thing when you think about it. And it did gangbusters. So I just think it was a timing thing. Maybe if they'd have waited a year, did it a year too sooner, it may have made a difference. But 1990 was just a weird year for movies in a sense that Gremlins, it was not a good year for sequels in general. Because people had sequel-itis like fucking crazy. 89, I think, at that point had more sequels than any other year before it.
Yeah, that's actually what I was covering. Some of that is 1989 was called the year of the sequel.
Yep,
and they go over
at that time. Now I'm sure
at
that's
that
like
time.
Now it's like, psh, hand me your beer. Look
They
at
were most of them
2013 and
good
14,
sequels,
15.
It was
mostly
And even now,
it was a pretty good handful of both good
Ghostbusters
and
2, Lethal Weapon 2, Fletch Lives,
Indiana Jones 3.
I feel like it would be said with
came out in '89.
Yeah,
but that's the thing. It also
sequel.
that was one of the only films that wasn't a sequel and still is the biggest movie of the year. But
yeah,
you know, I mean, 89 though had more big sequels. Back to the Future 2. I mean, there's still another handful. I'm sure we're missing. That was just a year that was full of sequels. Yeah,
Die Hard 2 as well.
Actually, I think Die Hard 2 was 1990.
Let's see. Oh yeah, because that came out with the Gremlins. They said, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, that came out I think the week after Gremlins and just killed it. Yeah, see that's the thing. Gremlins opened at 4th fucking place. It was horrible for them, but it opened up against Dick fucking Tracy. They should have moved it. They're fucking morons.
Well, so I might have missed a detail, or I just might have misunderstood something. So with the Looney Tunes animation thing at the beginning, like I've never seen that in a movie where they have a completely it's part of the same studio, sure, but like
that's
they
actually
had,
what
they Bugs and Daffy in the front, and then like present the movie like that. I guess I've just never seen that. So
what Joe Dante was supposed to be longer. If you watch the deleted scenes, there's more to it. What he was doing is they used to show movies before movies. They used to show cartoons. That's where all those Looney Tunes and shit came from.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't know that.
Well, I mean, like I grew up with like Pixar would always have like a short before a movie all the time.
But the studio made him cut it down, so
that was the only thing where like I've seen that in.
So, but the studio made him cut it down. So part of the joke was that they were trying to do a cartoon like they used to do. But Bugs is just like, get to the fucking movie. Like, I think the whole thing.
Like, we're not in this, so let's just continue.
Yeah, it's kind of it was supposed to play on the audience like that we used to go see movies with. And that was actually kind of a thing that was coming back. Like just the year before that, they had brought back like Roger Rabbit shorts on like Who Framed or Honey, I Shrunk the Kids in '89. They had Box Office Bunny that same year of the year, whatever year it was that Never Ending Story 2 came out. I think that was that year, the year before, one of the two. Wasn't it 1990 when Never Ending Story 2 came out?
I think so.
And that had Box Office Bunny attached to it. Disney had been doing it again for a while. So there were some few movies there that had little shorts attached to the beginnings of them. Like the old school movies used to.
Yeah, Never Ending Story 2 was 1990. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, was that jarring to people at the time, or did they enjoy it?
Well, not really, because early in the same year, like I just said, we had Box Office Bunny come out with Bugs Bunny. That was also the 50th anniversary of Bugs Bunny. There was all this stuff going around with that. In fact, I learned about Gremlins 2 happening in the 50th birthday issue of Bugs Bunny they put out. Because you go into it, and I didn't even know Gremlins 2 was happening. I'm sitting here paging through the book, and there's this really cool ad on one side. It says, "We told you the rules. Remember the rules? You didn't listen." And all it is all black and just says that, and it had Gizmo down in a little itty bitty corner. Then you flip it over, and it's the whole image of Gizmo in the drawer with the gremlin flicking the ash on him and all that stuff. The whole bit. So it was a really cool reveal of like, oh shit, we're getting Gremlins and Gremlins 2. And in that same magazine, they were boasting about Tiny Toon Adventures coming. And also we were supposed to get a Gremlins cartoon then, but since the movie flopped, they canceled the cartoon.
Yeah.
I got you. Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. So go ahead, Greg.
No, I was gonna say it just came at the wrong time because like Gremlins 1 was, that's the thing, it was very successful. It was one of their most profitable films. The critics didn't love it. They made the sequel, came out at the wrong time. The critics loved it, but it flopped.
Parents hated the first one too, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I watched. I didn't go back and watch the first movie again, but I did watch I decided to listen to the commentary on it though. So I did watch their commentary through the movie with it, and apparently, this was the way they're talking about it was that this was around the same time Temple of Doom was around or something.
Yes.
Or like
Temple of Doom and Gremlins are
Temple of Doom were like partly why the PG-13.
They're directly why. That
Yeah.
and Poltergeist a couple years before that too was another one that raised a lot of red flags for people.
Yeah.
But that was because Spielberg was really good at making these movies that just kind of crossed over that border. But they weren't quite harsh enough for people to say, okay, these need to be R. So he lobbied for years for a PG-14 rating. And he finally got it. And in a way, it was a great windfall for the studios for years. And then we've gotten in the conversation where now it's become this fucking catch-all. And again, if you have not seen it yet, check it out. It's on YouTube. It's called This Film Is Not Yet Rated. Yes, it's a little out of date and old, but everything that's in there still is pretty relevant, which is fucked up. That we have not gotten much better since then. So that means the system's been screwed up longer than it's been working, unfortunately.
If you're if you were the right director and they're the right people, they would the systems and whatever the MPA would give you the rating you wanted. Then you had people like Wes Craven who would make movies and stuff like that, and they would just refuse almost every cut he sent to them. It's just
you gotta understand too in this movie.
Dude, the MPA story for Scream is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I mean, I saw this movie in the theaters. I didn't realize it flopped when I was a kid. I was just inundated and elated that they had fucking all this merchandise for the film, because the first film didn't have a shit ton of merchandise. It had some. But the second film, they really hit us with a lot of merchandise. And I've been trying to recollect all the merchandise I lost because I lost it all in a house fire. But yeah, Gremlins 2 when it came out, like that was my movie after Ninja Turtles. As soon as I found out Gremlins 2 was coming, it was like that was what I looked forward to that summer. I didn't give a shit about anything else. That's why I didn't come around to Dick Tracy until later. I didn't give a fuck about Dick Tracy at that point. It's like, I don't care. It's Gremlins 2.
But that was like with me too. Is like for years I didn't know that people didn't like Temple of Doom. I didn't know people didn't like Batman Returns. I didn't know people didn't like RoboCop 2.
Yeah.
I didn't know people didn't like Gremlins 2. I'm like, I love these movies.
And looking back on them now, I'm glad they are what they are, and they're not just retreads of the original. Sure, RoboCop 2 of all the ones you mentioned probably has a few more problems with certain areas, but there's just elements of RoboCop 2 that I love so much.
Yeah, me too.
No, I surprised. I do.
The third act of RoboCop 2 is amazing.
It is, but a lot of people are right, and they make the argument that it kind of goes back on a lot of stuff that he kind of, it kind of does the TV show thing.
Yeah,
where the first movie ends where he finds his humanity, and then we see him at the beginning of the second film, and he's just like he was when he was prime as RoboCop. It's like, not really so much find it again is just. I mean, they call him Murphy and stuff. I know you didn't get a chance to watch it, Rook, because it's a fun fucking movie.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I'll be slowly trying to watch it soon, though.
It does kind of go not against, but I can understand some people's arguments with how it treats RoboCop compared to the first movie. But the second movie I just love it so much. It's got so many great things in it.
Well, we'll get to RoboCop 2 soon. I'll be watching.
It is satisfying in such a trashy fucking way. You've got a competent director making it, so that helps. Like Irving Kershner, the guy who directed Empire Strikes Back, is directing it.
Yeah.
But I still have a little bit to say for Gremlins 2, though. So
love to hear it.
So I know in the movie they definitely addressed like the rules and stuff, which honestly I didn't find that. That's one of the things in the first one I did not have a problem with at all. I did not have a problem with the rules they set. I find it funny if a lot of people were like, well, yeah, what if they ate something before but they didn't swallow it, and then they swallow it exactly at this time and it's midnight somewhere else? In my head I'm like, well, I mean, I imagine it's like in normal animals, like animals that are nocturnal will go when it's nighttime. If you took a nocturnal animal out of its natural habitat and put it on the other side of the planet where it's it's not midnight at that time, they'd go whenever it's dark. Like to me, that's how their rules operate. Whatever we classify as midnight is what the Gremlins. That's how
there
their
is
body
explanations
would
in
work.
the
And
novels. Actually,
it's just like
believe it or not,
I feel like it makes enough sense. And same with like food consumption or with water. Like they can drink things, but they're not like turning. Well, I feel like drinking something is different than specifically getting wet. If we're going to be specific with stuff, so honestly,
do they really drink anything?
Those are not critiques I had. They had.
I don't think they drink
in Gremlins
in the
one.
movie, do they? Except for the Gremlins.
In Gremlins 1, when they're at the one chick's bar or whatever, they're all drinking and smoking and stuff,
drinking beer and shit. Yeah,
but it's like
they never drink water.
That was one thing I never had a critique with either. I was like, yeah, whatever. I feel like there's enough in there that makes sense. Why?
Well, and I think Joe Dante said in the commentary of one of them, he said his understanding, or at least his way he presented it, was that you get a pass on that because it's beer. It's not technically straight water. And another reason is, I think one of the number one things people ask is, why don't they multiply in the snow? Snow is water, whatever. He said it has to be melted like water. It has to be actual in water form, basically.
Yeah, I mean, those are things, those are details that I'm like.
But if you read the novels, there's actually a semi-explanation of who the Mogwai and the Gremlins who are and where they come from and why it works the way it does. The short version is basically they come from another planet. And they were Gizmo came here among the last of his planet. And what happened is they come from a planet with no water and no star. So that's why
they like the darkness, and
that's why they like the dark, and that's why they have no
light
water.
would pretty much kill them because that.
And then when they came here, they realized that they were allergic to the sun, and then the other Mogwai and their moon phases were different.
Right.
So when they would eat, then they noticed there was a problem that all these Mogwai were turning into Gremlins. And also they would multiply with water, and the Mogwai that were multiplying off of them weren't natural Mogwai, so there was like something
a mutated
wrong
version of it or something,
as we see in the film.
It's kind of funny,
and so they kind of explained that.
I got that from the movie itself. I was like, that's not that part actually was not a problem for me at all in the movie. So
so the eating habits were all because they did have a moon or whatever, and their moon actually kind of went by and it was differentiated by here. So when they moved to our planet, and since our moon phases were different or whatever, it affected their metabolic structure, and that's why when they ate at the wrong time, they metamorphosed. And my understanding is it's basically midnight to noon.
Yeah.
12 hours, basically.
Yeah, 12 hours. Yeah, I got you. That's good. But I was totally fine with the rules, and so I thought it was interesting that that if that was a thing that people really were pissed off.
There is a whole fucking community around the Mogwai, actually, believe it or not. I shit you not. And they've actually they have actually adopted some of that lore into video games and shit. And partially into this new series and that fucking Mountain Dew commercial. There's a bunch of people who go out online and you can create your own Mogwai and shit and all this stuff. And there's people who have these whole fucking lore of where the Mogwai come from and all this crap. It's hilarious.
Wow. Exist in the Alien and Predator universe or something.
Well, I think they've moved on to an alternate universe, or some people say it's from outer space or whatever, another planet, but because that's what's in the one novel. The other cool thing in the one novel though is they have two epilogues. They tell you where the Mogwai come from, and then they have an epilogue that's set in World War II. And it's actually kind of chilling because it's these two pilots that are talking to each other on a plane, on a bomber, and they keep catching something in the corner of their eye. And they're like, "Did you see that?" And they're like, "No, did you see? What did you see?" And then the other guy sees or hears something. It's this back and forth. Then all of a sudden they start losing control of the plane, and the last thing they hear is the cackle of a gremlin.
That would be that would be a great introduction to them. I feel something like that where you don't even know what that is, but you're just getting little hints here and there that something's wrong. That one character, that one neighbor or small town person that makes a return in Gremlins 2. Doesn't he talk about them? He's like, He's like, some malfunctioning stuff going on.
Yeah, he knows. He says he's seen a gremlin in World War II. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing is interesting. I do like that type of touch.
Well, and that's what pissed me off about that fucking series they put out on HBO Max, because it's they came so close to what I feel like it should be, but they screwed up so much shit in there, and it comes off as so stupid. I don't know if anybody else has watched it besides me, but I quit after 3 episodes.
No, I haven't watched it.
I just couldn't do it. And it kind of goes with they kind of make it Gizmo just comes from some unnamed place, and then he just finds his way to like China.
Just goes to
and
China.
He's out in the sun and shit, and they just kind of cover him up with leaves and shit, like that's gonna stop the sun from frying his little ass.
Mm-hmm.
And there's rain and shit, and he's not multiplying and stuff. It's like, oh sure, he's not gonna get wet at all. No,
right. Which so that brings up another thing.
And they named him Gizmo, which is bullshit.
Right. But that reminds me of so when we're getting to the final act of the movie in Gremlins 2, like there's the shit ton of them. They're trying to have their plan to get rid of them. They're waiting until nighttime to spread out into the city because they'll get taken out. I like how they're getting their little idea, and he's like, "Oh, let's have a huge sheet of night fall around then windows, and they'll go outside or something." But then, all right, so your plan is going to totally work, right? You fast forward at the clocks, great, but then the clouds start forming and it's about to rain. And it's like, I completely didn't think about that. I'm like, oh shit. So yeah, they'll be totally fucked with all these little things around if they go outside in the rain or whatever. So like the Gremlins were fucking around for so long. I wasn't thinking about what is going to happen really. And I was like, oh shit. Okay. And so what is he going to do? Like I was for a moment, I was kind of like stumped on what they're doing now.
They come in electric now?
And then I was like, yeah, I was like,
are they coming electric too? Yeah, they do now.
They had I guess what I found more satisfying with this film than the last one is that
I love when he's on hold.
A lot of things that were set up, so the thing being on hold, like they didn't forget about that. They used that as that's how they defeated them. Like that was like a good use of it. I was like, oh shit, okay. I thought that was just gonna be a one-off gag and that's done, whatever. We forget about him. But then no, like
I think we can all agree though, the vegetable gremlin is the worst of all. Like the worst one of all. Like the dumbest. Like you could have come up with so many better things than a vegetable gremlin. What the fuck?
Yeah. Probably. But there's maybe, I feel like maybe if there's maybe a little bit too long of just shenanigans, like if it was maybe a little shorter, I would have been a little happier.
I reject personally. Your hypothesis.
So I was watching, like I said, I was trying to do more research on the movies a little bit just to give it more of my attention today since I watched Gremlins 2 last week. And funny enough, then the Nostalgia Critic made a video about information about it, and I don't usually take him as a person to get a whole bunch of info from, but apparently there's different versions or a different version of Gremlins 2 where when they interrupt the movie and have the whole
it's on the
thing,
DVD.
They have a different version where the Gremlins invaded the TV shows themselves and we're like in a little Western and a couple of other
the clips
things,
on your Blu-ray. It should be.
If it is, it's probably like as a special feature or something on there, but I didn't
it used to be an Easter egg. I think in the Blu-ray though, it's just listed as like video scene or something like that, or listed as an American version.
I think so, something like that.
But yeah, for the video version, since it wouldn't make much sense with the Hulk Hogan bit, they changed it. Yeah, which is a rarity for that time for them actually to do a specific thing for the home video, which was kind of cool. And plus, that's one of the first in movies that was only released in widescreen. Joe Dante insisted on it. He got his way with that too.
Well, like that's something I thought was interesting. I don't think I've seen that where they have a different version for one was like more for the theater and then one is more for a home video. That was it's like, wow, that's like, I wish more movies would kind of do small things like that because like extra footage of the same movie with the different thing that it's taking place of where you're.
There was a few at that time, but not.
Like, no, I thought that was the first time I've seen that. So like that was kind of an interesting thing to do with film, and it seemed like they had the whole thing was a lot of commentary about film and TV as it is. Like the whole building had like different TV shows going on too. Apparently, like a little food show. I just called it a FanZcene show with the Dracula guy. That's what I pretty much called it. I'm like, that's right up his alley for something.
Yes, I love his. Yes, I love his, and he wants to be a serious journalist.
All I have is a bug-eyed puppet named Eagle.
Mm-hmm. There's some funny stuff with that character.
You know how to work a camera? Work a camera. I am a camera.
Yeah, that guy.
There's a when I was watching the commentary for Gremlins 1, I think it's funny. So they said that the scene with the girl with the talking about the Christmas Story and Santa Claus and her father and whatever, that everybody, all of his executives or producers or whatever were trying to sneak that. I know you did, but I only remember. I remember more the beginning of our conversation,
right?
But yeah, they were trying to pull it the whole time. I like that the director fought to keep it, because that's a good scene in and of itself, and I feel like if somebody wanted to, they could make that movie, that story.
Well, it's a joke, like I said, and most people didn't get it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess
very black joke.
Yeah, they try to pull it in the second one. What was it, like Arbor Day or
Lincoln?
Something?
Oh, don't mention Lincoln. I had the worst thing ever happen to me on Lincoln's birthday.
Yeah, that was funny because it was like she's literally like we're on a time here.
Hello, little girl.
Like, I gotta tell you the story real quick. He's like, we don't have time. Come on.
We don't have time. Yeah,
that was pretty funny. I was like, oh, okay, it's a good commentary, and I like that they recognized that.
And that's how I found out there's no Santa Claus.
That was a good little bit there, but yeah, no, like I like Gremlins 2 more than 1. I said it wasn't as bad as it, but I mean, yeah, I
wonder if the first one will have a retroactively better viewing after you've seen the second one now, knowing that it's supposed to be more satire. Because you don't get it right away, and I know that's why a lot of people had the gut reaction they did to it, because they'd never, unless you've seen things like The Howling and stuff that Dante had done at that time. Joe Dante was kind of like James Gunn before James Gunn. He was this like creepy guy who had a sense of humor, and he knew how to mix things very well. And if you've seen James Gunn's other films besides Guardians of the Galaxy, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like I would actually love it if James Gunn made a Gremlins 3.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I'd be okay with that.
To be honest, I'm kind of interested to see what Joe Dante's going to do with Little Shops of Horrors.
Yeah,
it's Little Shop of Halloween Horrors, which Roger
I'm not so sure.
Supports. So it's the thing.
It's going to be a weird.
Waiting patiently to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, should you? But then again, I get what you're saying, and it's a Corman thing, and it's Joe Dante, so maybe I'll definitely give it a shot. I hope it's kind of its own thing in a way.
I think it might be because there's this Little Shop of Halloween Horrors, is what it's called. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, Tom.
Nah, you're fine. I kind of cut you off there, too.
Were you going to say Runner?
Runner was actually saying something.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say like James Gunn doing a Gremlins 3 would be cool, and I'd rather him do that than fucking Superman, but that's just me.
Yeah, that'd be something.
That seems more appropriate for him, but that's
just does, but he's the kind of guy I would trust with it.
I mean, no, because I like Slither and the first Guardians are probably my 2 favorite James Gunn movies. So I liked his earlier work. I like his earlier work more than his newer shit. His newer shit's just too goofy for me. But I think it works for something like Gremlins,
Right. Well,
but I prefer his darker shit.
Trying to think of anything else I wanted to say about it. I think so. In the beginning, I think there's something. I had some praise for the beginning too. What's the name of his girlfriend? Actually, I keep on getting her name. Kate. There's some moments that they do that surprise me because of how comedic the film is. Like when she sees the lipstick mark on his cheek, she's like, so how's the meeting? She doesn't say, were you cheating on me or you were with a girl or something? She just visually notices it and then just talks, and then they move on with the scene, and they don't address that right there. And I think that there's a few other lines of dialogue she has where she pretty much hints at, what were you actually doing? But it's not as direct. And for this goofy movie, I just kind of appreciated that. I was like, oh, they're not directly having her be like, you're trying to see some hussy bitch at your work or something, huh? They didn't that's what I would almost expect the humor to be.
Well, it's because she trusts him.
It was subtle, but as a directing point, or as they didn't have it be. They didn't have her bring attention to that. They just kind of later had her see the person and introduced to her.
Because you do have the part where she's like, if we live through today, I'm going to kill you.
Right? Yeah. Like there's subtleties brought out throughout the film, which I appreciate that in general more than a direct, confrontation about it. So like in this film, I would never have expected that, and I was like, what the fuck? Okay, that was like a good little that was a good part there for the character. So all right.
No, the second film is one of those, and if I didn't love the first film so much, I would say the second film is better than the first film. But you almost need, the problem is it's like The Godfather and Godfather 2. You need the first movie or the second film does not make sense. Right? It's not as funny without it. I don't think you can watch the second film and get the same thing out of it that you do if you have seen the first film, because you almost, because it's like the first film's the setup and the second part's the punchline, right?
Yeah.
I suppose.
No, I mean, I could talk about Gremlins and Gremlins 2 forever, but yeah. So.
I enjoy the directors talking about the making of the handling of the puppets. Like that's what I wanted to really hear about too. Is like the film technical parts, and they're like, these little bastards are difficult to.
You'd actually like a documentary that I don't know if you can still get it legally, but I might be able to hook you up with it. Where Chris Walas actually shared a bunch of footage from behind the scenes of the first film and all the shit they went through, because that movie was put together at such a breakneck pace, and then Spielberg came in and changed so much shit at the last minute on him. And I'm sure you heard about it in the commentary where he decided, why not make Gizmo live through the whole movie?
First they're like, we have to have this fucking animatronic thing around the whole time instead of, having him out and change into the bad guy. Now we have to, and then they said with the water scene with the pool or whatever, that the first time they filmed it, he didn't have his stripe. And so they were like, we have to fucking do it again. Like,
actually, I think that was like the third time, because the first time they filmed it, the pole that the stripe was on shot straight through the puppet instead of shooting the puppet out like it was supposed to.
There's that.
And then, like you said, then the second time they realized, oh shit, we don't have the stripe on. I think there's one shot in there where they forget the stripe too in another bit, and they're just like, fuck it.
Yeah, they said often they would have one gremlin right here, and then they'd cut away, and then the next time you see that gremlin, it's a different puppet entirely that has different functions on their face.
Yeah, and this is what I was explaining before. They had they basically had a couple different levels of puppets. They had some that were built to do specific things, right?
Yeah,
like the one that Stripe that rides on the trike. That's a specifically built puppet that all it does is ride on the trike.
Yeah.
The one on a skateboard, same thing. That's all it does is ride on a skateboard. Like it's a remote controlled setup, self-standing. Radio control was starting to come in now, and that's what really saved this movie's ass. And that's what saved him with Gizmo as well. And so they had some radio controlled puppets. Then they had a few wired puppets. Then they had what was the main. They had a lot of hand puppets, but like then they had the main, what they called the hero puppet, and this is the big expensive fucking one that you see in the cookie scene. And any scene you see with Stripe or any of them that is close up and they're snarling or doing any like facial movements, that's the expensive puppet.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that is full on, completely animatronic from head to toe. And they have to have all the wires and shit connected to it, and it can't move. It can only stay in one place and one place only. And that's why it's usually on close-ups or like when it's sitting on the counter there. But they used it for, of course, the reveal of the gremlin when he's sitting there chomping on the cookie and such. But like in the second film, there's a lot more just hand puppetry in that one than there is anything else. Baker found a way to do a lot of that. I mean, there is some wire work and some other shit in there, and there's some, like I think the Mohawk that's standing on the computer when he right after the midnight talk when he busts up through the computer, that's like a full range like wired puppet. And there's a few wire puppets. You can actually still get some out there. They've been selling on market for a while now, but they're in rough shape.
Yeah,
and then they also had big heads as well for Gizmos.
That was the thing that I found funny too. They're like, why do they have to be so freaking small? Can we have them be bigger? They're like, they said that they were thinking about marketing with this apparently when they saw Gizmo, and we're like, nope, got to be tiny. And
well, and that they couldn't get no servos. So
like with filming, that's tough when they're small because they need to fill the frame and they need to with the environment and everything they're trying to do, and like with the way that the puppets were working, they apparently had to like make bigger arms.
The closer you get,
like,
the
put
more
up there and have their things.
And the thing is the smaller they are, and the closer you get, the more you can see the limitations. So what they did is they built like a puppet of Gizmo's head, just his head.
Yeah,
it was like this big, ish just for close-ups, and that's why they look so realistic and good, and they did a really good job with all that stuff.
Yeah,
like in that time, I mean, now you can watch it, and with HD we can kind of see some of the rods and some of the wires and other things that we probably weren't meant to be seeing before, but it's still kind of amazing at what they pulled off at that time.
It makes me think of 10 years later with almost 15 years later with Peter Jackson and stuff, like the way that they film Lord of the Rings is shot perspective and different size and bigger objects of things for close-ups and stuff, which I like hearing about that kind of thing, because oftentimes you do not notice that that's what they're doing at all. They totally trick you.
And now if they made another one of these movies, I'm sure Warner Brothers would really push to do it CGI. See, and that's the other thing is Gremlins 2 is only like 3 years away from Jurassic Park.
Right.
If they'd have waited another couple of years, I guarantee you that sequel would have been chock full of CGI. Would it be the same now? That's the question. I kind of thought that the Gremlins in Space Jam 2 looked fucking horrible.
Mm-hmm.
They looked cartoon.
Space Jam 2?
Yeah, there's Gremlins in Space Jam 2.
Space Jam 2. I didn't even know there was Space Jam 2.
Oh, that's funny.
I was thinking about that for a second. I was like, there's like Gremlins in the first Space Jam movie. You said Space Jam 2.
No, in Space Jam 2.
Yeah,
I didn't know there
they
was
had
one.
fucking Droods.
I think they're in isn't there some in Ready Player One as well for like a shot or two, I think.
I don't.
They're also CGI, if I believe so.
I don't remember them being in that.
What I think would be good if you were to have CGI at all, I would say, like from in Iron Man, I think in the behind the scenes they talk about how they built a lot of the physical suits, but they did have to have like some CGI for like fans movies.
Yeah, and that was the best
specific for like specific things, which is like for a Gremlin. I could imagine there being like it's supposed to be for touch-ups. Like you got the main physical practical object.
What you do is you basically have your puppeteers in blue or green suits, and you just remove them is what you do, and you remove the rods. You still have them be rod wire puppets.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's the kind of thing where, so like in the El Camino behind the scenes, I was watching some of that. I'll talk about that more next week. But like Bryan Cranston usually had a bald head typically, but he was for filming El Camino, he was doing a musical, or he was doing something else at the time, so he had to have his hair. So they had to bald cap him, and you could noticeably see his head is a little bit larger. So like the CGI team or something had to shrink his head a little, and it's like just something like that, just like something subtle that they could normally do physically, but they couldn't for that limitation. It makes me think of what else could they have done with Superman with his stupid mustache, like with Henry Cavill or something, because the CGI gloomp is just not the fix exactly. Like maybe some touch of that, but I don't know, like green screen it. I don't know. I'm just kidding. But no, so I like hearing them talk about the puppetry work for it and how they had to do it, and that was stop motion. When they're having them walk in the street, that one of the lights go out, and that wasn't planned. That one of their things went out during filming, and they're like, no, we'll just make a sound effect that they broke a light or something. I was like, that's hilarious. Like that's a great like where something goes wrong and you can kind of use it to help your film still, instead of it being like a fuck up or whatever. That's fun to hear. Like it's like recycling in a way or something. It's like this was gonna work, but then something went wrong. Oh, but no, now it works better for us. like with Jaws, is like kind of what that makes me think of when you make use of a mistake or something. So
it's my favorite movie.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's so Gremlins 2, I liked that for the most part, I guess. Talking about it more too, there's more to that I can appreciate this time. Yeah, maybe sometime
like
soon
this
I'll
one
watch.
So much better with the way you talked about it.
Well, like a lot of the issues I had with the first one was like with some of the things, like you said, like that the inventions from the father is kind of like what the building is here. I feel like they didn't implement the inventions that much in the movie.
It's really subtle in the film, and you're right.
And like
you're not wrong.
The fact that he gets it for his, like, he's really determined to get this thing for his like teenage son who has a job and a dog already and a girlfriend, and he's trying really hard to get him this pet animal alien present, and that just seemed so weird for him to be that like really trying to get this thing for his like practically an adult kid. Like it just like that was weird. And then there's just things like that in the beginning that were just like not matching up for me. And then by the time we're getting to the Gremlins, I was just kind of like, okay. And then like they just show up, and the first thing that happens is they all get pretty much slaughtered by the mom. And so I was just kind of like, I don't know what they want to do.
None of the shit that Rook is saying right now makes any fucking sense to me, just so we know.
No, that's what I was thinking.
I'm a little lost too.
What's not making sense?
It's Christmas time. Of course he's going to want to get his son something super special.
So
it doesn't matter how he's a father.
So he needs to get him another pet, a very strange pet, not anything else. Like his son that is probably gonna be moving out of the house soon. Like he's gonna give him another animal. Like he's not like he's 7 where he's allergic.
Yeah, but you gotta understand how
it
Rand Peltzer is, right? Like Rand Peltzer's the kind of guy that the reason that they're broke is it's his fucking fault.
Yeah.
So of course he's the type of dad that would get a crazy thing like a Mogwai for his son for Christmas without thinking.
I would think he'd make to me right, when you tell me he's an inventor, I think he would want to make him something, not buy him a weird creature pet.
Yeah, you're thinking see, now you're getting too much into your fucking filmmaker helmet shit. You could almost get too on the nose with shit here. See, it doesn't matter. See, the point is that he's a dreamer, right? He thinks outside of the box. He's not your typical if he was a responsible adult, of course he wouldn't get that gift for his son. But he's not. He makes these fucked up inventions that nobody would really want and don't work. But goddamn if he doesn't have a fucking dream. You know what I mean? Like,
he's a dreamer.
I like your sell. I think your sell of it is better than how it's just shown.
I could just see. Here's the thing, though. You got to understand. I love these movies so much. I could sit there and give like a whole entire disrotation on Gremlins and Gremlins 2 and what they mean, and the subtle layers to them, and what it's all about. Because there is things that are kind of lost in the edit. I've told you that before. That sadly we lose the naming of Gizmo. Right? Because the whole point is the reason that they have these inventions that don't work is because gremlins are synonymous with getting into machinery, right? Like that's what people said. Oh, we got gremlins in the machine again.
Well, and Gremlins too. Like this time around, I remembered.
You're
now,
literally like part of the
But like what the one neighbor mentions it with the World War II thing, and I was like, I didn't connect that the first time because it felt so non-connected to the actual Gremlins or something. I was like, what? Like that.
I'm not sure why you're having such a problem with this. I mean,
I'm just saying these were. I was just walking you through this first time watching it.
I get, and I'm not saying it's your fault personally. I'm just saying, I guess I'm trying to figure out why you think things are so disconnected when it all kind of falls into place. Pretty simple. I mean, it's a fantasy story in a fantasy land in this little town that doesn't exist in the middle of USA nowhere, right? That is a Capra town in a movie, right? You've got your Mr. Potter character in Mrs. Deagle, right? She's this horrible person who owns half the town or more than half the town. She's the threat that's breathing down Rand Peltzer's neck. And this is why he's trying to make up to his son on Christmas because he's been gone. And he's going to be gone again until Christmas, trying to go out and sell his inventions. So he buys his son this extremely elaborate gift that he probably shouldn't have, and he's a very irresponsible adult. That's obvious. Like I've said that a few times over. Like Billy and his mom are paying all the fucking bills.
Okay, so I guess part of what I thought was I thought that a lot of people were like saying it makes sense that he that like this is what somebody would do or something. I was just like,
and the thing is Rand is the kind of guy that of course if he would see a fucking Mogwai, he would buy it for his kid. Why? Because no responsible adult would. That's why, because Rand Peltzer is the guy that, oh shit, this is something I can get my kid that nobody else is going to get. And there's a thing to that at the time. You got to remember when this movie came out. There is one thing that might kind of get lost in the years that since this movie came out. This movie came out during the Cabbage Patch craze. You have to understand, and in the original concept of what they were supposed to be was they were literally manufactured in China. That was another idea of where they came from. Like they weren't even a real creature. They were literally made. An invention made gone wrong. Exactly. So it's kind of an extension of Rand Peltzer himself making his inventions that don't work. This invention from China that, you know, the old man had. So there was that version of the script too. Okay. So it all comes to, and this is why when people say Gremlins is not a Christmas movie, I say bullshit. Because it is a comment directly on the Cabbage Patch craze of that era, and how that had to be the gift that everybody got their kids. Yeah. And even Rand Pelser said it himself. We could make a fortune on these things because all it takes to make them is water when every kid's going to want them.
Yeah.
Well, they mentioned in the commentary that it was that the reason why they kept Gizmo was because of marketing, because they could market.
And it's a commentary on the time of the 80s, how gifts and material things were literally consuming people. Where it was a time when Christmas, this is why for years the Christian communities were going off about, we got to put Jesus back in Christmas, because they weren't totally wrong. In the 80s, they had really gotten to this point where all Christmas was about was fucking Coca-Cola, Santa Claus, and presents. The new Nintendo, the new Cabbage Patch Kid,
commercialized essentially.
Exactly. And when people say, "Oh, this movie's not a Christmas movie," that's why I say bullshit, because it's all about what Christmas was about in the 80s. It's about literally a present that fucking consumes the entire town.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And at the end, that's the lesson that's learned, is that, you know, we can have these really cool, neat things, but at what cost at some point? You know, it's like what you know, kind of going off and saying the same thing that Jeff Goldblum says in Jurassic Park, right? You were just so enamored with what it was, and you just slapped a label on it and sell it without thinking about it first.
Yep.
And we had become that as a society at that point. I hate to say it. The 80s,
and I guess it
consumerism at that point.
I guess it comes with the warning too, I guess, that the guy didn't want to sell it to him.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's another reason why it had all these warning labels on it too. Like, it was supposed, like I told you, the one origin that's in the novel. Well, the other origin is they are literally manufactured in fucking China. They're an invention gone wrong.
I kind of like that being their actual existence.
It works both ways, Chinese, right? Like, that's the beauty of it.
Because it's like, you know, well, because to me it sounds like, okay, Chinese made them and they maybe had their issues with them, but now they got them under control.
How fucking
them. And then go to America and give it to an American. Of course they're gonna.
You could remake Gremlins now as an allegory for COVID.
Right.
Take it from the consumerism part of it to the COVID thing now. You totally could. Now, I'm not saying they should remake Gremlins. But if you wanted to do like a Planet of the Apes style reboot of that franchise, that's exactly what you do. Because that franchise left the nuclear shit in the other one, and it's about a virus this time. And boy, did they get ahead of the game on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give Gremlins another try, I guess. With the context of number 2 and our conversation here.
Sorry, I love these movies. They're two of my favorite films. I'll shut up now.
Okay. No, you're good. You did. I feel like you drove your point home more cohesively this time.
Well, and it would have been better. And I agree with you on certain points. Like in the original script, if I were you, it's out there. If not, I could find it and hook you up with it. The original script of Gremlins is much different.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see where it comes from. And Billy's actually only like a 13, 14, 15-year-old kid in that. He's not the adult in that came along later. But like the Mrs. Deagle shit is not in the original script, so that was another reason why they made him an adult too. There's a few reasons why they made him an adult. I think at one point they were thinking about having Corey Feldman play the role, but they didn't want to have to deal with the time constraints that a kid has. So that's where, because that's kind of where Corey Feldman was cast in the movie. And I don't have anything to go on by this, but he was such a big star. I don't see why they would have cast him as the friend unless he was initially supposed to be Billy and they decided to go another direction. Because the friend was part of the script before too, because Billy was young through most of the versions until they hit a point. And they're like, well, we got to have Billy be adult because otherwise the way this movie's being shot, we're never going to get it done. Because if we have somebody on it who can only be on the set for so many hours, we're screwed. Yeah. And you know, they ran into that same kind of problem.
And the way they described a lot of the sets, like they said for one shot when he's bandaging up Gizmo, like that took them half the day, and then they had to take an hour break for lunch anyway, mandatory, and then had to take another hour to get set up again, like for the people in their spots, and then shoot the scene. So it took all day to do like a 30-second scene or something. And
Yeah.
it's like that sounds
the original
crazy.
Original Gremlins script is flat out fucking horror.
Yeah,
when Joe Dante
told me that one. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that one.
Oh, I told you about that one already. I was gonna say it's a lot like Critters too, which is kind of funny.
The mom's head comes rolling down the stairs or
something.
Yeah,
and you know that whole thing that he's drawn in the bar and stuff. That's part of the original script too. He comes up with this character called the Troll Hunter.
Yeah,
or the Troll Slayer.
You said that the swords that were on the wall are like part of his character that he.
He kind of slowly turns into his character, the Troll Killer or whatever, the Troll Slayer or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
but instead of trolls, it's gremlins, so it's kind of like tongue in cheek kind of thing. Yeah,
right. Yeah, I think I like that pitch too. Which
but
I will.
There's even like storyboards out there. Some of the shit because by the end of the film, he was supposed to actually look like the hero because his shirt's well torn and stuff like that. So it's supposed to look like like a barbarian's robe thing and all that shit. Yeah,
yeah.
He's standing there with the sword and everything. Yeah,
yeah. But I don't know. I guess I'll rewatch Gremlins and I'll let you know what I think on rewatch with it. I don't mind going back on things if I see it differently second time around. But just thinking about the first one, I just remember not enjoying it much. And with this one, I was expecting to hate it, after seeing the first one and not enjoying it. But I ended up liking Gremlins 2 a lot more. I wouldn't say that I enjoyed it or anything, but I did. There's a lot more I enjoyed. Christopher Lee was a great surprise of like him and how he is, and he's in this fucking movie.
John Glover's great in it.
Like it's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of people I recognize from things, and so when I watched the Nostalgia Critic video, he Nostalgia Critic pointed out all these cameos. Like there's,
I love how excited he gets for that.
It's just like, okay. I mean, like I'm not a huge cameo person. Like I don't usually give a shit. But it's just
I want to do like a festival down there, a little giving out to the community, and let's do some memos.
Yeah, there's like apparently nods.
I fucking love Clamp. I'm sorry. I would watch a whole series of just Clamp. Like I would have loved after this movie had we just gotten a series of Clamp just doing his thing.
He always seemed very enthusiastic about whatever was going on. That's true. I like how he had a little escape chair.
I get to use my secret escape plan.
Thing. I was like, what? Like, all right. I like their the first security guard that goes down there to apprehend Billy. He's like, you stupid kid, and then he's like, oh, what the fuck is that thing? And he's like, yeah, we got to deal with them. Fuck that. Like, I'm getting out of here. Like, I'm not gonna deal with that. Some funny little bits. But
let's lose the trees though. You see the trees, you think disease, Dutch elm.
Right. No, I like that. She was like, no, you gotta have the trees, it's great and whatever. And then he lists all the horrible reasons.
Are
like,
they gonna plant them? Nope, but you're gonna draw them.
You're gonna draw them anyway. And it's like that was pretty funny. And I guess that's a good because he was into the drawing stuff in the first film. So that's like a continuous.
Well, the second one is definitely not hiding the fact that it's a comedy. Like the first movie doesn't let you know you can laugh along with it. That's the problem. I agree with you there until you get to that scene, and that scene with Kate is really the test, right? Because that scene either turned a lot of people off or they got it at that point. They're like, oh, this whole thing's just a sick fucking joke. And you have to have a really dark sense of humor, right? Because that's a very dark joke if you really think about it.
It's funny because my brain didn't go to that's a joke. Mine was like, oh, how tragic. That's interesting.
No, I know. That's how you know. It's like,
no, that was
like, you're like, oh my God, that's disturbing and tragic. Holy shit, with the reaction you did, which is what some people had.
I say it's disturbing and tragic, and like that's good that they have that in this like bizarre film. Okay.
No, it's a fucking joke. Think about it.
I like the tone shift.
She goes through the whole spiel, right? Just like a joke. Yeah. And then the punchline is, that's how I found out there was no Santa Claus. But bump.
Okay,
it's a dark fucking joke. It's so superb, and that's why Joe Dante fought for it, because it was, and I think he even says it in the commentary. He's like, that was the movie. That was my thing. It's like, if you got that scene in there, that was what this whole movie was. It was a sick joke on this little quiet town, on this perfect holiday, this perfect little town that was just set, ablaze by these creatures that were representation of everything wrong with what we were dealing with at that time, and just Gremlins in general, because he was a huge Looney Tunes fan. And the most well-known Gremlin, of course, was the Gremlin in the Bugs Bunny cartoon. that they use in I think Gremlins 2 is like, hey, what was that I say? Couldn't that have been a gremlin?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. But yeah, so
sorry.
yeah,
anyway, let's keep moving.
No.
We're at 4 hours. This is one of the longest shows we've had.
Yeah,
we only have 2 fucking movies.
Not quite the roast we were expecting, though.
You got one more movie left, don't you, Greg?
You can think.
I do, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and close it down.
Okay. That's why I said Gremlins 2 for last. I'm like, that will probably be our longest conversation.
You passed, you lucky bastard.
Yeah.
And I was gonna show Mad Max last because I knew we were gonna have a conversation about that too, and then we were gonna show Gremlins 2 for Rooks.
So, what was the clip you were gonna play if you failed?
That was all I was. Speaking of shit, I'll tell you that was my
almost
last
should
movie,
talk
so.
about that because that is kind of like a
Burbs.
The Burbs.
It's almost like a step spin off. Weirdly, in a way, it's similar tone. And Jerry Goldsmith uses half of the same score as Gremlins 2 in the movie.
Yeah. Yep. Maybe I'll bring it back on next week because
I feel like it would exist in the same universe as Gremlins. Was my
point.
It
does. It could very much feel like it very much does. I agree with you. Maybe I'll bring it back on next week, but it's 4 hours, and you've
seen that, haven't you, Rook? Come on, you've seen the Burbs, haven't you?
Burbs.
I've seen the Birds.
Not Birds, the Burbs.
Never heard of the Burbs.
With Tom Hanks. Seriously? Carrie Fisher?
Never heard of
Tom Hanks? Corey Feldman?
What the hell?
Nobody's ever talked about that.
Oh, Roger, I'm disappointed.
I've not heard of that one.
It's on my list. I've been meaning to watch it for a while.
Runner's not even seen it either.
I haven't even heard it to the point where
Burbs,
it's like I've never heard anybody talk about it ever.
This movie is a classic, all-time classic.
You know,
it's one of the movies that made Tom Hanks this big star.
I don't even know if I've heard you guys talk about it.
We'll bring it up next week and we'll talk about it.
I know we brought it up, but unless you were here in recent times. I know we brought it up enough that I'm sure that's why Runner has it on his list, but yeah.
I'll bring it up next week and we'll talk about it again.
You guys have talked about it many times.
It's basically Rear Window, but a comedy.
With horror elements.
I've never heard anyone say that. That's interesting.
It's exactly what it is.
It's exactly what it is.
In the suburbs.
I like Rear Window, so.
No, I know. And it's not like, I mean, it's just that kind of a story. I mean, I don't want to give too much of it away because of that, but yeah, it's that growing paranoia that these neighbors move in and they're twisted as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. And it does have a mystery of whether are they really that, are they really that way or are they just fucking weird?
Well, and they keep singing things and nobody believes them. And yeah.
It's great.
Oh, and what, Dern, what the fuck's his name?
Bruce Dern, Rumsfeld.
Bruce Dern is fucking great.
Yeah. Hey, Ricky, get this lame-o off your yard. He sits there, eats an animal cracker, and takes a cup of his coffee.
He steals the show.
He's great.
4 hours. I thought we were gonna be done.
All right, let's get out of here.
I'll bring it on next week. And
it's got the extended cut.
You already brought it on.
Yeah.
You already brought it on.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, I did think I brought it on once before, but it was like 2-3 years ago, and I just rewatched it.
Oh, I mean, like you literally brought it on in this fucking.
Yeah, whatever. But
oh yeah, we got to talk a little bit about it now. So
yeah, a little. We had to. I mean,
I guess.
Yeah. But okay,
I don't know if I ever watched the extended cut. Did you watch that yet?
Is this extended cut? No, I have not ever watched it.
It's a work print.
The work print, the original work print that includes deleted instant scenes.
I think I watched some of the scenes out of it because I think the Arrow version I have actually might have the scenes separately plus that version, but I don't know. I don't know if I've gotten the Shout version yet or not.
Man,
it's fucking Shit Factory.
Yeah, Shit Factory. All right, well, I'm gonna have to rewatch that. We'll see.
Because if I remember right, I think it was either Mike or somebody was telling me that it's a new scan on the Shit Factory one.
Yeah, it's a new 2K scan on the Shit Factory.
So I may have picked it up.
All right. Well, thanks you guys for hanging with us. Everybody out in the chat, everybody at home.
We
appreciate
love
you guys. Yeah, we love you. Thank you for staying with us for 4 hours. It's the longest one we've ever done. Appreciate you guys.
Welcome to
always,
Costco. I love you.
As always, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
How you doing? Bitches leave.